All right, so what I want to do is I want to auto flip my browser tab or window based upon a URL being a YouTube chat or a Twitch chat. So that basically just happens in here. Yeah. Add types for Chrome browser extension. Type / Chrome. What up, Delroot? How you doing? So then in my TS config, I just need to add types that. Hey, there we go. Nice. Okay. So that is our handle click. What I need to do is Chrome extension run script on page load. I plan to market and sell it, yes. Tabs on updated. Got it. All right, so then if it's just a quick script thing because I need it to happen. If tab dot URL includes, and let me see what this URL for the chat is. Studio .youtube.com /live_chat. Or, and this part would be the Twitch one. And I can check that here. we can't publish this anyway, but we should make this dot match. And yeah, this is, I think, one of the best cases for Claude. I've said this before, right? Creating regular expressions. Perfect. Sure, that works for me. Uh, so edge failed. All right, and how was I transferring this over? Um, yeah, how did I get this to my Windows machine? I think I had a network drive set up. All right, that looks like it worked. Okay, so let's go find it real quick. All right, so let me see if I got this set up. I go here and then public. Oh, the zip is invalid. What? Okay. So let me see if Zen. Let me do a new window. Then let me manage my extensions. Doesn't tell me where it's located. Oh, but I'd have to do it as a zip? That doesn't seem right. Damn it. All right, well, let me try this. Sorry, this has been annoying me for a while. Hey, it works. All right, like a glove. Okay, cool. So now I don't need to manually flip those things. I can just paste the URL and we call it good. Ah, that is so much nicer. That is a massive improvement. Okay, so real quick, let me go use the restroom and I'll be right back. And we will get into some Waltr stuff. So yeah, BRB, gotta pee. And also, let me empty out this glass. All right. The Woodford too. And yeah, how you doing, Tommy? What you up to? Okay, so, like we mentioned in the today command, oh, hold on, let me check a work thing real quick. Okay, that's an older thing. Okay. So yeah, our task for today, yeah, we can close teleprompterify down. I should probably just push up and commit it though. All right, so we can close that. We get Waltr back front and center. And yeah, our plan is basically we need to figure out why the role was not being updated. We also need to make sure we are creating, like when creating a new invite, we're populating the right fields. And yeah, like we're not currently sending emails. I want to maybe evaluate the abstraction we have for sending emails because it should just be like an adapter that we're doing, right? We shouldn't be just only logging all this junk. So very similarly, let me, okay, that part's fine. Let me shuffle that even farther over. I guess we're not... Well, hold on. We're going to need to do it anyway. So let me just go refresh Waltr, because we're going to have to log back in. And then we'll see the thing that I was talking about. Here it is. All right. So this, right now we're like logging out the magic link, but instead I think there's a better way we could do this, where we're just like sending the email, and then the adapter, or the email provider adapter that we are using in local dev, it would just be local, right? It would just print it out to the console, and then in production it would use like an adapter for whatever provider we're sending email with. I haven't made that decision yet. I'm currently heavily considering Postmark, but there's also, what's the Twilio one? SendGrid, right? I'm considering pretty much either one of those. I know there's some others to consider as well. Anyone got any preferences on like email, like transactional email providers? All right, this is not for like mailing list type emails. I'd probably just end up using HubSpot for like mailing list stuff. Like, what is the HubSpot pricing? Because I'm not made of money. SendGrid is expensive. The thing about SendGrid is deliverability, right? So for the cost, it's actually worth it because there's like a higher guarantee of your email getting to every person that subscribes to it. Resend and Mailgun and Mailjet and pretty much any of like the truly like free providers end up having basically the same problem, where spammers use them and then the platform is like deprioritized. That's kind of a huge issue. SendGrid at least does like a business verification first, which is why I don't use SendGrid in dev, and I haven't even bothered setting it up yet. But yeah, because Twilio and SendGrid are putting in that effort, their like confidence in deliverability is way higher. Whereas Postmark, they heavily optimize for time to deliver, right? So those are the two metrics I care most about: how quickly the emails get there and how reliably the emails get there. So resend, how quick do you get an email from resend? Is it instant or is it a couple minutes? Because I'm enforcing magic links, it kind of needs to be like immediate. So yeah, Mailgun and Mailjet are actually non-starters because of that. And they're actually like less reliable too. So it's just the worst of both worlds. And yeah, you know what? We're gonna do one of these. Because we're gonna be doing a lot of like theory crafting today. Right? The other day we knew exactly what we needed to build. Today we're gonna have to actually like discuss and chat about this stuff a lot more. So yeah, when I'm like needing to be chattier, we hop into these quicker. No, and that's fine, GJ. Yeah, for transactional emails, the speed at which you get it is important. Like, what transactions have you been using resend for? Like reset password kind of stuff? And welcome emails? Okay. Yeah, I would say both of those need to be pretty quick. So you probably should be evaluating that stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's tough GS Volt to trust a link provided by one of the companies that's obviously on that list. You know? Yeah, but you can't trust it. I mean, they seem trustworthy to me, but of course they're going to put themselves first in the list. You know, like, is that their spreadsheet or is this like a whole separate spreadsheet? Oh, and wait, does HubSpot not do their own SMTP? Well, that throws a monkey wrench in my planning there. So that's fun. Okay, so yeah, it's the spreadsheet. Data retention. Pricing row is meh. Like, you know, at least that's accurate. Who knows how quickly they update it though. And I don't necessarily care about a million emails yet. And yeah, what's up? How you doing, Hausa? By the time I am sending a million emails, I would hope I'm like post revenue. But we'll see. Hey, hell yeah, Cotter. Congrats, man. Yeah, like the need to send a million emails would be theoretically a couple 100,000 accounts, right? Which is reasonable, right? But doesn't necessarily guarantee that we're going to be post money. It depends on how I end up doing billing. And yeah, the billing part's going to be tricky. Um yeah, so this really doesn't like benchmark the things I care about. Ask the question already. Technically, you already asked one. So now you used up your question asking if you can ask a question. Just ask. Worst case scenario, I don't answer. Or I roast you. I'm kidding. I'm probably not going to roast you. I'd have to have a couple more drinks first. But yeah, ask your question. Yeah, I find this actually like less useful. And yeah, by the time I hit like 1,000,000 emails, I might end up wanting to switch to SES anyway. We do have a Discord. Yep. See, so you're already planning on asking more questions. Technically, you did ask if you could ask a question twice, so that gives you 2, right? And I'm kidding. Just ask the questions. Ah, shit. Hold on, I messed up my teleprompter. Fuck. All right, let me try this again. I think I might have forgotten to just click something. Yeah, that was it. You need a dedicated IP address. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, GJ, which is why, like, SendGrid being very particular about who they allow to send emails is a really, like, nice feature, actually. Tommy, the answer to that question doesn't matter. Do you have a question about those things? If so, just ask. Right? Get to your point as quick as possible. Right? This isn't like, like, if you're going to have a question, we don't need every single bit of detail. We don't need to know your life story, etc. This isn't a recipe online. Just ask your question. If you have a question about HTML, JavaScript, CSS, ask. Don't check my credentials first. Think of it this way. I mean, you can ask here too, but there is a quota, right? There's like a limit to how many questions you can ask, and you've already wasted a bunch of that quota with questions that you don't actually need to know the answer to, or where the answer is obviously just yes. So just ask the question. Jesus. But yeah, as far as like a comparison sheet between SMTP providers, I would love to see like a better like benchmark for deliverability and like time to deliver. And they just don't touch that. So that's actually a problem. Now they're talking about deliverability here. Ease of setup, price, tracking, security. They do have real-time deliverability statistics, time to inbox. Okay. I don't think you listened to what I said. You need to work on your question because it shouldn't be that long. You're most likely overcomplicating the question, and you need to figure out how to ask the question in the simplest way possible. See, this is why Stack Overflow disappearing is a problem. Because even though you would get roasted on Stack Overflow, it will teach you valuable lessons on how to ask a question and get answers. And I think there's an entire generation of developers now that are not familiar with or using Stack Overflow in the way they should. And they're losing the training on how to ask the right question. Just kind of a bummer. Yeah, you can spam ChatGPT with as much as you want and they'll figure it out. Ah, see, so you're asking for help. Now, this is not a help stream. There is a channel over in the Discord where you can ask that stuff. But yeah, no, this is not a Q&A, help me with my homework kind of stream. Whether it's homework or not, you know what I mean. Exactly, Justin. That's another point. Yeah, I think that's actually a flaw of Stack Overflow. Like, often people ask how to do a thing, and then people will answer by saying you shouldn't be doing the thing, which I actually think is wrong. They can answer the question while also saying that you probably shouldn't do it. That is a better Stack Overflow answer in most of those cases, right? Yes, the XY problem. Man, I just saw someone post that the other day. It's like xyproblem.info or something. And it's basically asking smart questions. How to ask questions in a smart way. So basically, the XY problem is asking about your attempted solution rather than your actual problem. This leads to enormous amounts of wasted time and energy, both on the part of people asking for help and on the part of those providing help. Ooh, and does that mean we should actually reference the greatest Stack Overflow question of all time? I think we should. And greatest Stack Overflow answer of all time, I should say. Yes, we will. So basically, user wants to do X. They don't know how to do X, but think they can fumble their way to a solution if they can just manage to do Y. User doesn't know how to do Y either, so they ask for help with Y. Others try to help the user with Y, but are confused because Y seems like a strange problem to want to solve. After much interaction and wasted time, it finally becomes clear that the user really wants help with X, and that Y wasn't even a suitable solution for X. Voila, that is the prime example. I need to match all of these opening tags, right? P tag, A, href, but not self-closing tags. I came up with this and wanted to make sure I've got it right. I'm only capturing the A to Z. I believe it says find a less than, then find and capture A to Z one or more times, then find 0 or more spaces, then find any character 0 or more times, greedy, except slash, then find a greater than. Do I have that right? And more importantly, what do you think? You can't parse XHTML or HTML with regex because HTML can't be parsed by regex. Regex is not a tool that can be used to correctly parse HTML. As I have answered in HTML and regex questions here so many times before, the use of regex will not allow you to consume HTML. Regular expressions are a tool that is insufficiently sophisticated to understand the constructs employed by HTML. HTML is not a regular language and hence cannot be parsed by regular expressions. Regex queries are not equipped to break down HTML into its meaningful parts. So many times, but it's not getting to me. Even enhanced irregular regular expressions as used by Perl are not up to the task of parsing HTML. You will never make me crack. HTML is a language of sufficient complexity that it cannot be parsed by regular expressions. Even John Skeet can't parse HTML with regular expressions. Every time you attempt to parse HTML with regular expressions, the unholy child weeps the blood of virgins and Russian hackers pwn your web app. Parsing HTML with regex summons tainted souls into the realm of the living. HTML and regex go together like love, marriage, and ritual infanticide. The center cannot hold. It is too late. The force of regex and HTML together in the same conceptual space will destroy your mind like so much watery putty. If you parse HTML with regex, you are giving in to them and their blasphemous ways, which doom us all to inhuman toil for the one whose name cannot be expressed in the basic multilingual plane. He comes. HTML plus regex will liquefy the nerves of the sentient whilst you observe, your psyche withering in the onslaught of horror. Regex-based HTML parsers are the cancer that is killing Stack Overflow. It's too late. It's too late. We cannot be saved. The transgression of a child ensures regex will consume all living tissue, except for HTML, which it cannot, as previously prophesied. Dear Lord, help us. How can we survive this scourge? Using regex to parse HTML has doomed humanity to an eternity of dread torture and security holes. Using regex as a tool to process HTML establishes a breach between this world and the dread realm of corrupt entities, like SGML entities but more corrupt. A mere glimpse of this world of regex parsers for HTML will instantly transport a programmer's consciousness into a world of ceaseless screaming. He comes. The pestilent, slithy, regex infection will devour your HTML parser, application, and existence for all time, like Visual Basic, only worse. He comes, do not fight, he comes. His unholy radiance destroying all enlightenment. HTML tags leaking from your eyes like liquid pain. The song of regular expression parsing will extinguish the voices of mortal man from the sphere. I can see it. Can you see it? It's beautiful. The final snuffing of the lies of man. All is lost. All is lost. The pony, he comes, he comes. The ichor permeates all my face, oh God, no. Stop, the angels are not real. Zalgo is Tony the pony. He comes. Have you tried using an XML parser instead? So basically, this is the ultimate XY problem. They're trying to do a thing, to do something, I don't know, like that they want to do. And they think that using regular expressions to parse HTML is the way to do it. When instead, they could have simply said, how do I parse HTML and break it down into meaningful parts? Use an XML parser. Boom, problem solved. Voila. So yeah, this is like the ultimate XY problem. So someone chimes in, and also there's a note. This post is locked to prevent inappropriate edits to its content. The post looks exactly as it is supposed to look. There are no problems with its content. Please do not flag it for our attention. And then someone who wrote it chimes in. I believe the person who originally wrote it, Bobbins. Kobe, I think it's time for me to quit the post of assistant don't parse HTML with regex officer. No matter how many times we say it, they won't stop coming every day, every hour even. It is a lost cause, which someone else can fight for a bit. So go on, parse HTML with regex if you must. It's only broken code, not life and death. This is the absolute greatest Stack Overflow question of all time. Of all time. It doesn't get any better than that. You cannot parse HTML from regex because HTML cannot be parsed from regex. Like, yeah, basically like that, right? I can see it. There aren't enough, like, bullshit vocabulary words in there. Apropos to the blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, like, for sure. HTML emails? Ooh, that one sounds good, too. That's true, Cotter, but there still needs to be more, right? Apropos to the quandary, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know. Veritatiously. I just made that one up. Yeah, dude, the architect from The Matrix was such a bullshit role. I hated that movie. I was so, like, pumped for it. So I was living at Mount Hood during the time. I didn't have a running car. I hitchhiked to go see that movie. And then had to hitchhike back to Mount Hood at nighttime, which is basically like you're never getting picked up time. And man, I was so let down. Right? The second Matrix movie. How dare they? How dare they? Retro encabulator style words? Yeah. Right, like, I mean, the post is perfectly cromulent, but it could be better. Concordantly. You would be most punctilious in assuming so. All right. We're getting a little too sidetracked, but that was good. Pertinent to problem A, vis-a-vis, like, you know, just add as much bullshit as we can. But yeah, so basically what to do about it, include information about a broader picture along with any attempted solution. If they ask for more information, then add detail. If there are other solutions you've already ruled out, share why you've ruled them out. Remember that if your diagnostic theories were accurate, you wouldn't be asking for help, right? Yeah, there you go. But all right. Okay, so back to what we're doing. So we get to this page. Damn right, Kevin. Damn right. Yeah, like most bugs are due to incorrect assumptions. Like that's the majority of bugs, especially back before TypeScript. Which streamer streams on Twitch? Me? Nah. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, like especially back in like the days of just regular old JavaScript, most bugs were actually just incorrect assumptions. You know, like, oh, this thing couldn't possibly be undefined. And it was undefined. You know, like, have fun. Right? Narrator chimes in, it was undefined. So yeah, that's like one of the best ways of doing debugging. Validate all of your assumptions. Log all the things that couldn't possibly be something else, because chances are they might be something else. I can't imagine doing vanilla JS anymore. You can do it, right? There's very much like a defensive programming strategy that you can employ for writing regular old JavaScript. And it's the same defensive programming techniques you'll employ when writing Lua or when writing all sorts of other languages. See, yeah, the debugger statement is actually like a much slower way of evaluating that stuff. You're doing it right now. You're writing just raw JS? Just raw dogging ECMA? All right. You should probably use some protection. Hence, unit tests, etc. That is one of the things that came up in the podcast episode I recorded with Tech Savvy Travi yesterday, right? Like, technically, TypeScript allows you to get rid of a whole bunch of unit tests that are verifying your assumptions because the editor verifies the assumptions right there, right? At compile time as well. So yeah, like TypeScript is another major reason why some unit tests are not necessary. I'm not going to say all unit tests, but yeah, there is an entire like category of unit tests that just don't need to be done anymore. What's up, Taco Bandit? Thanks for the sub. Man, 33 months. It's almost 3 years, man. Appreciate you. But yeah, like there are plenty of languages that don't offer proper type safety, and people are massively productive with them still, right? Lua, you know, regular old JavaScript, Elixir, right? There are people who are massively productive with Elixir. So it's not necessarily that types are needed, but they do speed some things up. The nice part about Elixir is that it is a very like fast to fail kind of language. And the error messages are very, very explicit. Lisp, sure. Yeah, I haven't written any Lisp by hand. See, I've been on the Lua train for years, which is why, and I still regret this. I doubt Tej even remembers, but I've been doing Lua pretty much as long as I've been doing JavaScript. Because back in the day, of course, I wanted to be a game dev. If I wanted to make a cross-platform game, you know what I was going to look at? Moai game engine. And I doubt it still even exists. Well, okay, it's on GitHub at least. Get Moai. I'd be surprised if it resolves still. Yeah, that domain's dead. Moai was a game framework back in the day, created by, I believe it was Harebrained Schemes. And Harebrained Schemes employed one of my gaming heroes, or it was actually created by one of my game development heroes, Brian Schaefer, I believe. Something Schaefer. Tim Schaefer? Hold on. We should see him in the list. I think it's Tim Schaefer. Tim Schaefer. Brian Schaefer is someone I know from snowboarding. Totally different. So basically, Tim Schaefer, wow, interesting he's not the main person in the list. Tim Schaefer was one of the original programmers of the Monkey Island games. He was the programmer, right? The other guys were game designers. I'm surprised that he's not the tip top of this list. But yeah, let me just look it up just to be absolutely sure. Harebrained Schemes. They released a game. Jordan Weissman. Maybe I'm mixing that up. I could have sworn Tim Schaefer was involved. Shit. Man, I've had that mixed up for a long time then. But I'm still a big fan of this studio, at least. And yeah, they made Shadowrun Return, Shadowrun Dragonfall, Shadowrun Hong Kong, Battletech. Lamplighters League was a bit meh. Yeah, I could have sworn. Maybe he was just someone who added funding? Oh, this game looks kind of cool, actually. Yeah, Shadowrun Returns is great. It doesn't live up to the Super Nintendo game. Keep that in mind. Yeah, does Godot or Godot actually target mobile? So yeah, I'm a huge Tim Schaefer fan. For some reason, I could have sworn that he was associated with Harebrained Schemes, but I guess that's not the case. Double Fine. I think Double Fine ended up making some games. Oh, hold up. No. Is there a list of Double Fine games? Yeah. Hold on. Middle Manager of Justice. Okay, it was Double Fine, not Harebrained. So this game right here was made with Moai. So it's all Lua development, but they were able to release to iOS and Android with it. Doesn't actually say what it was made with, but yeah, this was made with Moai. So yeah, basically, I've been a huge Tim Schafer fan for ages. Double Fine Productions, not Hairbrained. I got those two mixed up just now. That's my bad. Yeah, Brutal Legend, while being somewhat childish, was super fun. I enjoyed it. All right, they did Psychonauts. Yeah. So basically, yes, I had heard that they made a game with Moai, and I, being the fanboy I am, I obviously ended up using it too. Now it turns out that the game is abandoned, but that's fine. Star Engine? Oh, that's the Star Citizen engine. Are they actually going to release it? I just thought it was going to be something that they kept internally. I mean, it'd be really smart if they end up going like the Unreal and Unity route and just collect like a cut of games that people make with it. That would be super smart. But yeah, a big thing to remember is that Moai and Solar 2D, which was Corona SDK back then, and Love 2D, and a couple of those other games were really just purely like 2D focused game dev games. So very different from like a Godot or Godot. Very different from Star Engine or CryEngine. So yes, I've been writing Lua for ages, and yeah, when I was doing some Lua, Tej came on, and there was a moment where I felt like I was being talked down to, when really he was just explaining things so that the audience understood too, and that was my fault. I doubt he even remembers it, but I still think about it all the time. Yeah, Crispy. Yes, I totally paid like originally like the $60 or whatever for Star Citizen when it was a Kickstarter. I have some bullshit ship that probably sucks, but yeah, I could play that game at some point. But it is just extremely empty. I'm looking more forward to their single player game, Squadron 42. And yeah, how you doing, To the Sky? Do it on the chilling stream? Like I have 300 gigs to spare. And yeah, I get that Best World. I think that's actually massively encouraging because they have enough revenue already to keep that dev going for ages. Running DeepSeek locally. There you go. Is it worth the hype? I don't know, man. All right, so here's the bug that we have. We go edit. I want to say they should get write permission. We click save. Stability is an issue. Well, that's not good. Right? We sent roll, right? Response roll, right? Ooh. The servers go down too frequently. Got it. Okay, so what I'm thinking I'm seeing is that we have a bug in our table here. Okay, so that is part of our problem. $128 gigs of RAM? Fuck that. All right, so then, yeah, let's view and delete that. So now the test I want to have is when we refresh here, we go to edit, we set write, we click save. So the issue we're having here is we're doing a get by ID that isn't coming back with the full record. So yeah, the invited by values are fine. Because Elon's a shitheel. What's up, O'Flake? How you doing? All right, so this actually looks correct now, right? Before we weren't getting that full object. Now it looks like we are, and I would expect to see write status. Nope. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, why are we creating a second record? right? Because it should just be partition and sort key to update this thing. And we can see, oh, they have a different created at. Yeah. All right. So the reason for that different created at there it is. That was it. Should only have one date.now per endpoint. Yeah, okay. Got it. All right, so we still delete that. Oop. And yeah, what kind of internship? All right, so that's the row that we need to delete. Oh, and we can do dark theme. There we go. You're welcome. I actually disagree. If you're in a place where a bright screen is painful to look at, you probably don't have enough light around, and that's actually doing more harm to your eyes. At the bare minimum, you should have a really good set of bias lighting behind your monitor to prevent the contrast from getting you. And yes, blue light is still emitted even with a black screen. They'll only get more sensitive the more that you have bad lighting where you're viewing stuff. right? So technically best world, right? I already have a bad back, so it doesn't matter how I sit. That's not how that works. You know? That's definitely just not how that works. That's fine. Still not great for you. Okay, so interesting. We sure. I would say a good blue light filter will do better than light mode, dark mode stuff. If you're not doing good blue light filtering, that's your problem. And yes, you still get a lot of the same blue light, even with a dark screen. Okay. So yeah, that name value should have been populated. Oh, but yeah, business users isn't going to have it. It's going to be the user ID. So here we create the existing user, and then we create the business user afterwards. Let me get more music going. Yeah, it's a good album. So I want to see what we get when we do that. Oh. Yes. All right. All right. Let's clean up the data. So yeah, the user already existed. So we don't override or delete or modify the existing user, and we had already done a foo bar previously. Yep, so we just got to delete that. It would be way nicer if there was an easier way of deleting some of this stuff. Oh, really, Mr. Elfman? Why is that so difficult? Like, what are the issues that you're facing? I've never tried to do it, so I have no idea. What has those dependencies? Aptitude. Nah, Mr. Elfman, aptitude isn't going to solve that. Aptitude is just a dependency manager, but it can't install dependencies for a platform that it's not on. Right? So apt-get is just a lighter version of aptitude. So basically, whatever version of Linux you're on, whether it's 32-bit or 64-bit, is only going to support packages for that architecture. As far as I know. I could be wrong, but that was at least my experience dealing with 32-bit versus 64-bit, like Debian and Ubuntu back in the day. Like, I understand that. Apt is just a lighter weight aptitude. Like, hence, it's just a shorter name for aptitude. I'd be curious. Like, any other, like, Linux power users out there? I was not aware that you could do, like, the Windows style 32-bit and 64-bit side-by-side stuff in Linux. I was not aware that that was even possible. Like, that's one of the powerful reasons to use Windows, because you don't have to care. You can? All right, never mind. Yeah, I'm operating on old info. Okay. So Debian based is separate. Okay, got it. Arch is same package, but can those things actually be installed side by side? That's like the big thing I'm thinking of. Oh, so a thing called multilib actually provides the 32-bit layer, like translation or whatever. Okay. Yeah, this is all much newer than the last time I dealt with Linux in that capacity. All right. Well, yeah. Thank you, Linux power users, for correcting me. You like my chat display? It could have been a different chat display previously. Basically, if people redeem channel points, I'll change up the chat display for them. It used to be like a comic book style, like chat overlay. All right, so we're just cleaning up some bad data from some flawed logic we wrote. Now our logic is correct, and we should be able to be good to go. All right, so now we'll just do business users and make sure that's cleaned up. Yeah, last time I really dealt with like Linux 32-bit versus 64-bit stuff was shit. Like somewhere between like 8 to 10 years ago. So, yeah, that's my bad. We've done some like VPSs with Linux, but none of that actually cared about 32 versus 64-bit. Right? Like the chat overlay is running on an EC2 instance. But even then, when we deployed it, 32-bit versus 64-bit didn't matter. In the 90s, memory usage? No. So it's not even necessarily memory usage, right? It's like the entire like architecture of the operating system. So it's not even just RAM. It's the amount of like storage you can access, like hard drive space. It's the calculations the CPU can do, right? The amount of SIMD operations that are embedded into the core. Like, yeah, architecture of like 32-bit versus 64-bit is way heavier than you're actually making it out to be. It's not just about memory usage. But yeah, like I will point out, VPSs in like the year 2010 were still kind of shitty to deal with. Ooh, do I want to install Debian? Well, if I install Debian, then I got to actually set up. Oh, shit. What was the. Like, basically, when you wanted to use Debian in any significant way, if you wanted the latest, like, PHP, you had to, like, set up an entirely separate, like, PHP repository for your apt-get stuff. Like, it was gnarly. And I think it's probably still that way. I don't remember what the repository was called, though. PHP Debian repository. Shit. Yeah, I don't know. Anyone else remember what repository we had to use back in the day? Nah, it wasn't Surrey. It was before Surrey. Nah, it definitely was not Surrey. It was a different one. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Surrey is like a major supply chain issue. But it was before Surrey. Shit. I feel like it had PHP in the name of the repo. Like it was a PHP specific repo. Hmm. Homebrew does, but yeah, this is old stuff. Like we're talking 2010 or 11. I mean, even as late as like 2014, I believe. Yeah, all these recommend Surrey. I could have sworn it was a different repo, but yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bummed that I'm forgetting the name of it. Yes, this was it. Like EPA on dredge PHP. So that it might be Surrey, but it was like a different like URL you would use before he had surrey.org or whatever. Okay, so his last name is Surrey or something. Okay, that makes so much more sense. Okay. And maybe it was actually resolving to Surrey, and I just totally forgot that because all I ever ended up doing was this. Right? That's the only thing I remember doing. So yeah, maybe it was actually resolving to the surrey.org and I just didn't recognize that. But yeah, the Andrej or Andre PHP was the one I remembered. Yeah, there we go. All right. So yeah, it probably was Surrey.org, and I just didn't realize. Good call. Good call. Man, trip down memory lane right there. But yeah, Andre Surrey or whatever. Got it. Yes, I am the developer advocate for GitKraken. If you use GitLens in VS Code, you're using GitKraken as well. That is another one of our tools. There's going to be an AMA. Oh, and hold on. Let me double check this. Oh. Yes, GitKraken is my 9 to 5. But, 9 to 5 is fuzzy. You're thinking of Git Tortoise? How dare you? I'm kidding. I don't care. I don't mind. Use whatever you want. I don't give a shit. No, definitely not a ban. Right? If you've watched my stream long enough, you'll recognize I still use the command line for most of my operations, right? Anything I'm doing with Git. But GitLens is like an essential tool, in my opinion. Now, do I need to update or something? Why am I not getting any inline blame? Oh, because we haven't committed this file yet. GitKraken is more of a platform at this point. So yeah, you don't want to use GitKraken desktop? I don't give a shit, right? You probably still use GitLens in VS Code because look at that. That's awesome. That's huge. If you want to look at the commit graph, right? Right? I'd have to pay for GitLens Pro on this account, which I thought I did. I probably just need to sign in. All right, it's a new machine. We haven't done this part yet. There we go. So yeah, right? For this project, not as important, but the graph is huge. And it's still more useful than the graph that VS Code ships with because we have interactivity that they just don't have. Right? There are other things in GitKraken desktop like the merge conflict tool and like the resolution tool and some of those things. Do I find value in the GitLens Pro cost? To me, the most valuable feature that we actually provide is a thing called Launchpad. Now, keep in mind, for this project and a lot of my open source stuff, it just doesn't matter. But if I were on a team still, oh my God, Launchpad is huge, right? So I'd be able to see all of the PRs, right? Ones that are ready to merge, ones that are blocked, ones that require a follow-up. And actually, yeah, because this is using all my open source stuff, I can see that the one that requires a follow-up for the Ghosty Shaders repo, yeah, they have some comments, so I can use it. The entire key is like, yeah, it works here in VS Code. It works in the desktop tool. We have gitkraken.dev. You can get a lot of these like features wherever you want. Because the key is like we're trying to be more of a platform to offer these like team collaboration style features rather than just being a desktop Git GUI. Because a desktop Git GUI, that's not a differentiator. That's not like a moat. Anyone can make that shit. So instead, our moat is actually like team collaboration features. And at that point, yeah, the GitLens Pro license I think is worth it. Just for doing generic like commit and merge operations? Fuck that shit. Is there much for the individual dev? I think less so. I think less so. There are definitely features that you might enjoy, right? If you're an open source contributor or whatever, right? Being able to search your history, right? This is something that VS Code's thing doesn't have. So if I wanted to look for, I don't know, payments, right? I can find all the commits that have payments. Like this level of like searchability is huge. So if you're contributing to open source often, I would also say it's probably useful. If you have your own repos that have other people contributing. But yeah, I think the main value is in working with other people. If you don't deal with that, then it doesn't matter. Yeah, like I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I just shilled a product to people that didn't need it. That's technically why they pay me. Not like literally why they pay me, but technically why they pay me. Because I talk to devs like devs kind of want to be talked to. Except when I'm being a jerk and yelling at people. That's a different thing. But yeah, real quick, let me go use the restroom. And yeah, any other questions real quick? Like, we got time. Just let me know. And then, yeah, just to wrap that up, right? Like to kind of like finish the thought. How often are you truly just a solo dev? Right? It's actually like kind of rare for any significant project to be a solo dev thing. You might start out as a solo dev, but you're going to bring people on to help eventually, right? And I get that for pet projects, sure. But anytime something like grows in any significant way, you're going to be dealing with other people. Even with a side project, even with just some open source thing. So it may start out as a solo dev thing, but if it ever like grows beyond like that a little bit, bam, Git Kraken's there for you. Yeah, exactly, Nerdman. And that's the right way to do it. Yeah. I 100% agree with that mentality. Every project, even your pet project, should be set up in a way that someone else could get going. Conventional commits. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, for sure. Like, look at it this way. when you work on a project as a solo dev, you probably work on a lot of projects as a solo dev. So the teammate you're actually doing like team style things for is actually just future you in like the broad case. Even if the project doesn't grow, you're going to come back to it after 6 months of not touching it. How do you discover those things about that? And I believe, yes, at that point, as a solo dev with a lot of projects, you would actually benefit from this kind of like graph to like search and check things and see like the history of what you've done and all that stuff. The way you might want to track like PRs and issues that you left hanging. Even then, there is value that I think you would get as a solo dev. But for the most part, for just a one-off project, meh, who cares? You can get by with the free features of GitLens. You know, you're not going to have merge conflicts with yourself. You know, like that's pretty rare, so probably not an issue. Here's the biggest thing I want to point out. If you're not sure, you can actually do the free version, right? Like the free trial of GitKraken or GitLens or any of that stuff. And when it expires, well, yeah, fuck it. Who cares? Yeah, don't pay for it. Just use the trial. We'll send you a little reminder eventually, like, hey, we just launched some new features. Maybe give the trial a try again. But you can do the trial more than once. So don't feel like you're going to do it and then you can't do it ever again. That's actually like the coolest initiative that I think we've done in the past year or so. Letting the trial be something that you can actually do again in the future. I'm not sure what the cutoff is. Maybe it's 30 days, 90 days, some BS. I should probably know that, but I don't. Just recognize that you can do the trial again. So there's like no harm in doing it right now, if you're actually curious. Damn, just saw the numbers dip. Yep, Acorn went live. I get it. I get it. I get it. But okay. Anyway, enough shilling for GitKraken. If you don't want to use it, you're not going to offend me. I don't care. If you are genuinely curious, though, I'm happy to answer more questions. Oh, let me adjust how I'm sitting real quick. Oh, there we go. All right, so back to what we're doing. I believe we have set up our database in a way that we can actually like use this stuff now. Ooh, that was the last song on the album. All right, so now if we refresh, we should see just empty. We can invite a user, and it'll be foobar@grr.la. All right, we see them in the list. Cool. We then go edit and give them write permission, which does not update what we see in the list right there. So we should do the optimistic update for that. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. So now they have write permission. Okay. So we solved that bit of our leaving off. Creating a new invite populates the right fields. Yes. So then dealing with sending emails and create the invite workflow. So here's the tricky part. You can invite a user that exists, right, as a user, right? You can invite them to your business, but you can also invite a user that is not a user yet. And ideally, we can use the same flow for both of those. It's going to be the same link that we give the user, but maybe we like redirect them at some point. When we invite a user, we already create the account for that user. But they're not going to have any of the multi-factor set up. We are treating email as like your canonical ID to tie accounts together. Oh, and hold on. Okay, so hold on. Let me check my calendar for work. So yeah. I'll be listening in on someone's interview for some work stuff, but it's someone that I do know, like at least from streaming, etc. So yeah, I want to like maintain like impartiality. But yeah, sounds cool. Let me look at who all else is a part of the call. Yeah. All right. So, I mean, there's like 4 of us plus and then me. So yeah. Like I'll be optional for it, which makes sense. But yeah. I'll at least want to listen in to the interview, I think. It is 4:30 already, so everyone's done for the day, probably. Anyway, sorry. But yeah, no, it's someone we know. I don't want to like dox too much stuff. Like, you know, can't say anything too specific, but someone we've become acquainted with through streaming. They have done streams, etc. And they seem really cool. I bet they would be a good fit for the job. But yeah, I need to remain impartial. Just because to me, that seems like the ethical way to do that. I'm not a big fan of like those kind of biases, right? Getting someone in, right? Getting them into the process makes sense, but I don't want to be a part of like the decision process. All right, so yeah, we're able to update the role. We're able to do that. The invite flow. What does the invite flow actually end up looking like? Existing user means send an email to invite the user to the business. Non-existing user, send email to invite user to the platform. User is already created, so we're good there. Right, that'll be like the front end URL. Need invite code from the from the business user record, right? I think both of these endpoints, yeah, same URL. Like we have to handle it from the same front end URL. Is there a backend URL that would be different? Like, why would we want to maybe have a different backend for these, or is it the same thing? If we end up doing the same backend endpoint, we need to make sure that we are handling the timing attack issue, which is doable. Okay, so here's another thing. Yep. Right, we need to handle previous URL. And I don't think we're doing the previous URL logic. So that is our next step. Ooh, and this is another thing that I used to really like asking people in front-end interviews. Right? If they answered like the interceptor logic properly, hey, at what point do I want to redirect the user back to login if they have an invalid token? Hopefully they say something like an interceptor or whatever. Is there any other stuff I want to handle when I redirect them back to login? And if they mention, well, yeah, we probably want to record the URL they were at so that we can send them back to that URL when they finish logging in. If the person mentioned that, boom. Checked all the boxes for that. They are massively ahead of the game. I don't give a shit if they can do FizzBuzz or reverse a linked list or any of that shit. If they actually understand real like front-end user concerns and how to make a good app, whoo, they are, yeah. They checked all the boxes, in my opinion. Then we're just going to like riff and chat about stuff. Let me just point out, nobody has ever checked all the boxes that quickly through that question, which is why I then need to start asking about all sorts of other shit. And when I say nobody ever, like, that was a bad recruiting agency. It was just a bad, like, referral company or whatever. So yeah, this is actually the first step. We need to do our previous URL logic because obviously we have that. When I've been getting logged out with a bad token previously, we haven't been getting sent back to the page that we were on. And yeah, that is table stakes for a proper like dashboard style application. Really for any application that requires login. So yeah, our previous URL logic. That is some local storage stuff. I believe React Router gives us a hook in which we can update that value. But if not, I think there's some other way we could listen to that too. So I think first and foremost, let's go look at React Router. Oh, hold on. Calendar invite. Oh, that's for the thing on Monday. Yep. Oh, is it Akram? Hey, thank you. Well, yeah, I appreciate that. That is a massive compliment. Thank you. I really appreciate that you enjoy the stream after coming in here and your first message being about the tabs. Right? Which is why just because someone has their first message be a throwaway doesn't mean it's a bad thing. And I had to look that up. It's not like I remembered. Recently implemented redirect logic at your job. Yeah. Like, this is a fun bit of logic. I just need to double check, like, what hooks does React Router have for us to do that? And I wish I remembered that. And yeah, no worries, Akram. Like, honestly, I appreciate it. Thank you. It's really easy for us to be judgmental about someone making their first message about something that meh. But I'm glad you stuck around. I'm glad you came back. Thank you. So yeah, I think we need the API reference more than anything. Ugh. Yeah, I hate their API reference. So those are the interfaces. These are the actual like types. Is browser router the thing it would be on? Browser router props. We see base name, children, and window. That ain't it. Router subscriber. This is probably it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of these docs, actually. Right? This is like the laziest API docs. Like this, we all know this is auto generated, right? And they're not even like annotating things with good comments that explain any of this stuff. They're like, meh, what don't you get? Figure it out, man. So let's double check. Is there something here in some of these things that we could use? No, it's not a fetcher. No, it's not a resource route. actions? Nope. Now this is them pushing their like basically their server-side rendering bullshit. I don't give a fuck, React router. I just want client-side routing. The fact that they don't have like a recipe for this, God, just signals how out of touch they are. Like automatic code splitting. I get that. Sure. Damn, even like their code splitting sucks. Yeah, we need to be doing per route bundling here soon. Their docs for per route bundling fucking suck. Yeah, dude. Here's a quick check. And I'm not going to switch with this project, but I just want to know, like, does TanStack Router actually get it from a user perspective? Look at how much more the code splitting goes into detail on TanStack Router. Holy shit. Oh my god. React Router, you're fucking up, man. Yeah, TanStack Router. Right, cue the meme of like the dude with his partner, girlfriend, whatever, and he's looking at the girl in the red dress or whatever, like turning his head, like that meme. Shit. Shit. I don't see an event API though. And this sucks. I'm like, dude, this really sucks. All right, so I don't know. This is the moment where the dude in the meme looks back at his partner and just continues walking. All right, so use router state. I bet React Router has something similar. We just got to go to their really bad API docs to find it, right? Use navigation. Is that it? That's it. All right, so we listen to that, and that's where we like write the state. So we just do this at the top level, and I think we're good. Can I just point out, this part was so much easier in Angular. I'm like, oh my God, come on, man. React, you're fucking up when Angular did it better. But yeah, so use navigation, I think, is the hook we care about. And this is the point at which we update the yotai instance that is going to store previous URL. I do think it's surprising. This is like the first time in a long time I've needed to actually implement this logic. Because a lot of other apps I've worked on, right, like the previous company I was at, Fairwinds, already had this logic. I didn't have to touch it. And that's the biggest thing. Like, I don't consider it a red flag if a dev doesn't know this stuff. Right? Like, where and how would you do that with X framework and X routing library? Only one dev ever writes this logic, and then maybe one or two other devs review it. And then a year later, nobody on the team remembers any of it. Besides, like, the one that actually wrote the code. So there's a bit of that going on, which is why it was never like a major red flag if someone didn't understand this logic or didn't know how to code it, because only one person on a team ever does it. It's not a big deal. It's rarely something that you even end up documenting, right? So hold on, real quick. We got 42 people here. I assume only like 10 are actively chatting. Who here has ever had to implement this like redirect logic? Yeah, exactly, Justin. I mean, that's just how it works, because not everything is actually worth knowledge sharing. Does your team actually need to know about this? No. So I definitely think there's a bit of that. Like either you're light on knowledge sharing or you overdo it. There's rarely someone sitting in the middle ground. And if you're overdoing the knowledge sharing, then it becomes like the needle in a haystack problem. All right, here's a wiki, have at it kind of problem, you know? So I'm not saying like everything's a problem. This is actually just a common problem, right? Either there's too much information or not enough. Very few things are the Goldilocks situation where it's just right. But yeah, so use navigation is the hook we care about. We do that hook at the top level. Oh, and can I just point out that this is why I think I'm a decent developer advocate, because I've actually been a dev. A lot of these problems that need to be solved, there are dev advocates out there that have never had to solve these problems. So, like, how can they speak to developers when they don't even understand what developers need to go through? Ooh, so hold on. The router before each, that is not the right place in my opinion. Because to do like the router before each means that you need to have like data loaders for that route, which means you're not showing anything on the page until all those data loaders have loaded. But you're going to have data that loads asynchronously when they get to the page anyway. And it's a better user experience to show them something and then like lazy load individual sections of the page after. So I actually consider like route data loaders an anti-pattern. I fucking hate them. I think they're really bad. So the redirect itself is actually something that should not happen in like a route hook. Saving the route that you're navigating to is good for a route hook. But actually like the logic of invalid token redirect back to login, that no good. And yeah, that does remind me, we don't actually need to do this in a route hook because you reminded me that we can just do it when we detect the bad request. We can actually just do that. So it's actually just part of our hook logic. So then in here, rather than even using like use navigation, we can just set the previous URL when we detect the 401. And that might be the right way to do that. But the problem is that we might not be using the same format that React Router expects to like redirect to. But yeah, no, like this is actually the right place. If we get a 401, we do all this, we set that. This is just where we do that. And that's a good call. So whether that's actually what you were saying, you at least reminded me that, nah, like this hook is probably the right place for that anyway. Which is why I didn't remember the React Router use navigation hook, because no, we can just do it at the request level. So yeah, we're not storing previous URL anywhere, but we can just create a store for that. We actually have, hold on, wait, where is previous path even being used? I had that boilerplate and I forgot I was doing it. Yeah, once again, documentation and team stuff is not just for you, it's for everyone. So we actually have previous path. I just don't think we were storing it at the right time. Oh, shit. Hold on. All right. So hold on. You guys can't see the full thing until I do this. But basically, our apps/web is storing previous path. But it shouldn't, like, it doesn't care. Apps dashboard/source app.tsx So wait, we are setting that. We're actually totally doing this logic already, but for some reason, it hasn't been kicking in. And it's because the location object is not actually updating. Hold up. Handler for hash-based links. Right. All right, so we go to login here. And yeah, on the login page, we're not actually using previous path. Because, yeah, hold on. Login is not the page that we care about. This is a relic from before we actually refactored to multi-factor auth. So that's actually our problem. This needs to happen after the multi-factor has resolved. And we can, you know, I can drag it out again, and we can just simply see that this is only being done in 5 different files. One of them isn't even used, right? This app stores package, we can delete that. That one's garbage. The web package, we're not going to need that anymore either. No. Unless the user clicks. Okay, so I remember the web source stores shared thing was at one point when we wanted to have interactive API documentation. So if you were on a page for the API docs and you wanted to use your own actual API key to make a request using something in the API docs, you would just click login, get redirected back, and then click a button and make a request towards the actual like staging API. We don't have that right now. So yeah, the app's web stuff, garbage. So we got 3 pages in which previous path is even used. And none of them are actually like reading the value, right? So one defines it. The other 2 read or, you know, have a set previous path hook, but they don't do anything else. And I would question if this page, the login, right? If we were logged out, we're just setting the previous path to empty. That's if we was logged out manually. Got it. Yeah. All right, so there are like specific places that we care about this where we're just not setting it, but we do have the mechanism for it. We called it previous path instead of previous URL. That's not a big deal. We can solve that. Let me go use the restroom. And yeah, number 1, we need to make sure we're setting the previous path. And I just want to look at the pages and yeah. So we are setting previous path in the app. I don't think that's the right place. All right, so yeah, I still think we're doing this in the wrong place because at the app level, this is only checking for the hash. So then back here in base, this is previous path. We can bring that in. We set the value here. And then when we finish logging in, we redirect back to it. This only happens on a 401 where a user has a bad token, which I think is fine. So if you're already logged in, you want to go to the invite link that we send you, and you have a valid token. We send the request, you get that response back. Where that redirects to is fuzzier. Yeah, that part we can think about later. So then, yeah, our fix for at least the MFA part is MFA validate. We navigate to here. And this is where we need to subscribe to that state. All right, so that should fix that. If we were to invalidate our token, we could verify that. And we should probably do that right now, huh? Just to make sure. Yeah, let's do it. I think it's worth it, just to be sure. Because then we can move on to the other parts. So we go inspect, we go application, local storage, we fiddle with the access token, and we got logged out immediately. Ah, shit. All right, there we go. Cool. Thought I messed that up. We did not get redirected there, though. How would you run an elf file in Windows? Put it on the shelf? Unwet, if you're talking about something that's over on that bullshit like meme coin whatever site, no, I did not make it. Some troll did, and it does seem like you might be part of those trolls. So yeah, I'm gonna delete that just cause. Someone did make a coin based on my stream, but I didn't do it. Yeah, nothing prevents someone from making a coin in someone else's name. That's why that shite is bullshit. And I meant to say site, but shite is actually accurate. The fact that you're on that pump website, questionable. Really questionable. Oh, shut up. Uh-huh. Yeah, fuck off. Get out of here, fucking troll. I don't care if it was you or not. You're still being a troll. Don't tell me to shut up because you're shilling some terrible fucking website. You shouldn't be there. Yeah, obvious troll is obvious. Fuck off. Get out of here, man. What is it? Pump.fun or some bullshit? Yeah, fuck off with that shit. If you just watch my stream for a little bit, you'd recognize that ethics are important to me. So you'd know I didn't do anything to do with that fucking shitcoin. That entire website is just to fucking rug pull people. Ethically, the creator is fine. Like, legally, at least. Let me put it that way. Legally, they're fine. Ethically, they know what they're enabling. Legally, sure, they're fine. Ethically, fuck the creator of Pump.fun. Come on. Grow a conscience, unwet. Let me just preempt it. You can be conscientious and still a jerk. I'm the example. I'm the dictionary definition of that. I'm a jerk. I still got a conscience. I still have ethics. But yeah, how you doing there, DaVinceDev? How you doing? What you up to? I do kind of swear, like, there are, like, hate-watching trolls that watch once I've had maybe 3 drinks, and they're like, oh, this is the time. Let's get them. I think that still technically makes them fans, though, right? Because they're always watching. It's like Howard Stern's listeners. Half his audience likes him, half his audience hates him. The fans that hate him actually listen more. Y'all ever seen that movie, Private Parts? That's like my favorite. Like, it's the only quote you need to remember from the film. There's a bit where Pig Vomit, his producer, is talking to some like analyst. So why do people watch him? Why are his fans watching him? Well, of the people that said they like Howard Stern, right, 38%, they said they want to see what he's going to say next. Well, okay, what about the people that don't like him? Why are they watching him, right? Of his viewers, like these are numbers from his viewers. Why are they watching him? Survey says they want to see what he's going to say next. And yes, I butchered the quote because they talk about the average viewership. And fans watch for like 2 hours. Haters watch for like 6. You know? So Howard Stern and his audience was actually made up mostly of haters. The average hater watches Howard Stern or listens to Howard Stern more than the actual fan. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like, it's a really interesting statistic from the film. If you haven't seen the movie Private Parts, I would recommend watching it. It's fantastic. It's such a good movie. Like, whether you like Howard Stern or not, again, you can hate Howard Stern and still enjoy the film. That's the crazy part about it. Just like his show. Just like his show. So yeah, Paul Giamatti plays Pig Vomit. Kenny Rushton. Paul Giamatti actually carried that entire film, in my opinion. Like, Howard Stern plays himself, and he does a really decent job of it. But Paul Giamatti actually carries the film, right? The movie wouldn't work without someone to play the anti-hero in the film, but you still should at least empathize a little bit with Pig Vomit. If you were just a radio producer and you had to deal with Howard Stern every day, you'd be the villain too. I've never actually listened to a Howard Stern episode. I've seen clips in social media. That's about it. I've seen that movie, though, and that movie is fantastic. The direction, the narrative, like all that shit just flows so well. Like, it's really well done. I'm a fan of cinema. And it just so happens that Private Parts is good cinema. All right, so yeah, for some reason we're not redirecting to that page at the right point, and that bums me out a little. Like, this part needs to work before we can even move on to the other part. No, that's fine. Yeah, previous path is all we care about there. Okay, so hold on. Let's double check this. So far, we see that previous path has not been updated. And previous path there was also not updated. All right, so something is going wrong. And the main reason is that we are not setting the previous path in the right place, even though I thought we were. "401 encountered redirecting to login." So we are at least hitting this bit. All right, so we got to go relog in again. Excuse me. All right, so what we can see is that we are setting the previous path. To empty string. Excuse me. Sorry. And then after that, when we're already on the login page, we're setting it to login. Oh, wrong place. And yeah, what's up, Mr. Faberdev? How you doing? So this is the bit of logic we actually care about. Ish. And I need to trim the mustache again. Honestly, the gray hair is not doing me justice. I just need to shave it off. I need to get rid of the mustache. Fuck no, I wouldn't do that, instance. I would actually question the fact that you're asking that because you seem like the same troll that we banned just recently. I'm curious what software developer that is so that I can make sure I never raid them ever again. What streamer was that there, Innocence? I'd be curious about that. If it was Algo Bro, yeah, he and I have a problem at this point. Coding butter? That's fine. No, it's fine, Innocence. I think that shit's shady as fuck, and I am unfollowing Coding Butter because of that. Yeah, so, no. I just unfollowed. I want nothing to do with him if he's doing some of that pumped out fun bullshit. Yeah, shady shit, for sure. Yeah. Now, you can fuck off with that shady bullshit. Ethics matter. So yeah, no, he's banned in this chat now. Yeah, anything tech lead does, you should automatically know is a terrible fucking thing to do. That dude fucking sucks. The fact that Coding Butter doesn't have ethics bums me out. You'll recognize that he's up there in our chat having gifted subs here. Like, he's a fan. He's someone I used to actually, like, you know, try and support. But now he can fuck off. He's banned. I want nothing to do with him at this point. Ethics are important. It's fine, Akram. No, just lurk, hang out, watch the stream when you can. That's the only support I care about. Like, you know, subs are nice. I don't expect a sub. I don't care. Hanging out, chatting, and being cool. That's all you got to pay for. That's the only, like, debt you have. But I do need to go pour some more water. So I'll be right back. Give me a second. Ooh, no worries, Sergeant Pepper. Enjoy the sushi. Ooh, get yourself a rainbow roll for me. It's a California roll with, like, the sashimi on top. With, like, different sashimi on the roll. That's my jam, sushi-wise. But let me pour more water. BRB. All right, I'm back. Dude. Fucking can't believe it, man. I thought Coding Butter was cool. I was wrong. That bums me out so much. I'll ban any other streamer that does that shit too. Yeah, no, that's definitely worth like a buffer post. He probably didn't read it, but he'll know when he comes back in here and realizes he's banned. And I believe that means I have a VIP to give someone. Right? As the quote just said in the tweet I just sent, ethics are important even if you don't have morals. Even if you don't find it wrong, you should recognize that societally it is wrong anyway. I don't want to interact with anyone who doesn't have, at the bare minimum, ethics. Typically, I'll disagree with anyone that doesn't have morals as well. Like, I probably need to start doing like the DMCA request thing about whoever made one of the pump dot funds in my name, because fuck that shit. But we could just see that Coding Butter is actively participating. And actually, yeah, hold on. I should probably shout that out. I really like the idea of what an NFT can represent, but dude, the amount of people that are exploiting and making that shit pretty much unusable due to the rhetoric and like public perception of it, they're fucking it up for everyone that actually believes in what an NFT could be. I fundamentally believe NFTs could be really cool as part of like the smart contract system, being able to vote with ownership of a thing, like all that. But man, all these fucking assholes out there making these meme coins and exploiting people. Fuck them. Like, they're just the worst. It's why I sold basically all of my crypto at this point, because these people are ruining crypto. Like, it's going to tank because of them. Because no one's going to have any faith in crypto. So I'll just buy the dip. Like, for the crypto that does matter. But holy shit. Like, dude, all these shill coins and like the pump.fun bullshit, don't do it. Just don't even get in on the hype. Right? If you've heard about it, you're already too late. Unless you're in on it from the ground floor, you're already too late. Just don't do it. You're not going to make any money. You're going to lose everything, like the assholes that thought they could make money off other assholes. Like, just don't do it. It's garbage. There is a valid use case for NFTs for distributed ownership of a thing. None of that shit's doing it right. Yeah, if you're hearing the buzz, you're already too late. Like, you're going to get rug pulled. You're going to be left holding the bag. Just don't do it. And yeah, buy the rumors, sell the news. Exactly, Kevin. Damn, man. How do you fit through doors with a brain that big? Do you gotta like angle it funny? I'm curious about that. When you walk around, you have like a neck brace that you wear just for like preventative reasons. Yeah, no worries, Kevin. Like, honestly, man, I'm looking forward to any game you want to play together at any point. If it's not League, I get it, right? I'm not trying to bring you back into League, because then I'd feel bad about that, ethically and morally. But if there's any other game you want to play together at some point, man, like, just let me know. Dude, I'd be stoked to hang out. Yeah, exactly. For sure. We'll find something. Just let me know. I got plenty of time to game. But yeah, just saying. Just throwing it out there. No big deal. I do, like, use that quote all the time. Anyway, back to what we're doing. Yeah, I got some pork thawing. I'll be doing some chow mein tonight. It'll be good. It'll be delicious. Oh, you figured out your app thing? Your aptitude thing? Because apt and aptitude, different things, right? Though related. Oh, really? That's a bummer. Like, what package did you install? Was it, like, literally PHP? Or was it some, like, third-party, like, something or other? I'm really curious about that. Oh, so you had to get, like, feature parity between the x86 and x64 by, like, overriding a dependency or something. I'm glad you figured that out, Mr. Elfman. So PHP from that fellow, you mean like Surrey, right? Okay. No, that's fine. Like, I didn't even recognize that Surrey was him. I just remembered, like, the PPA Ondrej, like, slash PHP thing. It turns out Ondrej, or Andre, or whatever, is Surrey. And I didn't know that back in the day. It was probably still resolving to the same domain name, but I never saw the domain. So yeah, no worries, Elfman. Yeah. That's super cool, man. Yeah, we had a whole conversation about that. If I think you were here for it, but maybe not. Like, you might have been, like, in your shit trying to solve it, like, you know, ignoring stream, but not intentionally. I get it. So yeah, like, I'm glad you got it figured out, man. That's huge. Exactly. Yeah, totally. We actually had, like, a whole conversation about installing PHP versions and, like, the repository you got to set up and, like, all that shit. And me being like, no, it wasn't Surrey. It probably was Surrey, but the thing that I did, like, the apt-get repo add or whatever, like, command, didn't have Surrey in the name. It was ppa://ondreg/php. So that was what I remembered, but it was probably surrey.org, right? So yeah, that's kind of crazy. Linux builds your Windows applications faster than Windows itself. Yeah, that's because of better file operations. I'm willing to bet money on. Right? Like file IO is actually faster on Linux, which is why Linux has been like the best way to host files in the cloud for a long time. Yeah, like Linux just has better file IO. Like because Windows has way more like weird ass permissions checks they got to do. I'm pretty sure that has something to do with it. Or like Windows has the idea of like user groups and all sorts of shit. So there's like way more extra checks for every single file operation. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone here ever like host like a Windows server situation? How do they optimize around that? And maybe Windows Server allows you to just like scope things to a specific user to avoid some of those like extra checks. Right? In a similar way that like Linux allows you to specify like a folder that is owned by just a single person, right? So it's like a fail-fast security check. I would guess Windows Server has something similar, but like modern Windows doesn't. Like user Windows, like desktop Windows. That's my current guess. I have no idea. I'm just guessing. Keep that in mind. I haven't looked into any of this bullshit. Pure speculation. Let's kick some sass. Hell yeah, Lane. What's up? Yeah, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Oh, self-hosted GitHub runner. Oh, Mr. Elfman, that's huge. No, I get that. That is smart. Oh, that's super smart. I like that. I've never done that myself, but it's a good idea. We just launched a thing at GitKraken called automations, which are a way to do like, not like the CI/CD BS, but like tagging specific users based on a certain file that got modified or things like that. Like some of that BS. We've had this conversation on stream previously that people that know better, that know how to make GitHub Actions and do it on a regular basis, they could do the GitHub automate or the GitKraken automations thing on their own. They could totally do that. But then that's code you have to maintain. So I think there is value to not having to maintain code, right? Any line of code you write is code you have to maintain. So there's a thing there. But also just like, yeah, you're like discovery, like doing it for the first time. And we plan on making it like multi-provider specific. So like you could write an automation and then take your repo from GitHub to GitLab or Azure DevOps, which we don't support yet, but eventually, and have those automations still just work. That would be huge, right? Like, you could write certain automations that are not beholden to the CI/CD platform of the Git provider that you're using. That would be kind of cool, in my opinion. And then from a conversation earlier, like being able to share some of these automations could be worthwhile as well, right? Like across an organization or some of that stuff. Oh, so I get it, Lane. I'm not doing any mobile app dev currently or planned in the future. Keep that in mind. I'm a big fan of React Native. I have a certificate in Objective-C development. So yeah, old school. But at this point, I'm more like a web app developer. So I don't want to mislead you. Sorry, throwing that out there. All right, there you go. Touche. I don't know. Honesty and transparency are part of my brand at this point. So just had to let you know. Also, being a jerk sometimes. I think it's part of my brand, even though I'm trying to make that not part of my brand. But it's still true. Damn. Pump Fun just liked my fucking tweet. All right, hold on. Let me message them real quick. Hold on. Pump Fun CM riffing. There we go. So we might be able to get the CM Griffin coin taken down like immediately. Hey, Theo, Mr. Sir. Aw, dude. And hold on, Theo. Yeah, T3 chat blew up. I hope you didn't take offense at my I'm waiting for T4 chat joke comment, right? You said wrong answers only, right? But yeah, welcome everyone from Theo's chat. Anti-Firefox Club represent. Yeah, for sure. No, I think Zen is awesome. I'm using it right here in my teleprompter because I don't have the Elgato teleprompter, so I'm hacking my own Newer and then like some really terrible like fake monitor thing. I even have my own like teleprompterify like repo if you want to like auto flip. Oh god. If you want to like oh god. Not that. Teleprompterify GitHub. I probably just need to like navigate directly because why would they index that? Yeah, I get it. All right, hold on. No, just because I have enough stuff built up on my Brave browser for my like stream browser. On my personal laptop, I might actually opt for Zen because I've been using Firefox. But yeah, hold on. Let me just show this. Yeah, like I just needed like a specific like single browser to like have this installed on because it's now I like have especially made it to where it is like it auto flips certain URLs just for like my teleprompter. So yeah, like I made this extension. It's BS. I get that. But yeah, like it will auto flip my Twitch chat that's right here in front of my face and also my YouTube chat that's right here in front of my face based upon the URL that we have. But I made it to where it's like specifically generic, so it's not just my stream. So if anyone wants to use it, go for it. No worries, Diego. I'm probably going to shave it because like the gray hair ages me a little too much, right? Like the gray hair right there on the corner. It's growing out of a mole. Like mole hair is always like iffy. But man, for dating purposes, I gotta shave the mustache, okay? Come on. It is what it is. Keep it but shorten it. No, it just doesn't work. Like, no, I get it. Like, this is only a decent mustache because I've been doing it for like 6 to 8 months. It's an investment. I'm good on it. But welcome everyone. How y'all doing? Thank y'all for rating. And yeah, Theo, any other stuff you want to shout out? Like you got a video we want to like showcase and have people, you know, like the 40-ish to 50-ish viewers that were already here? You know, just try T3 chat at some point? Okay. All right. Yeah, I used Claude earlier today for like a regex. So yeah, I'll use T3 chat for the next one. Absolutely. For sure, man. For everyone joining here into chat, let me at least like shout out what I'm doing. I am building out this idea of quotas and balances as a service. So if you are someone that wants to launch a software as a service and you want to manage like the runtime of stuff and the data transfer and monthly active users and blah, 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 we can set up a system to measure and graph and do all that stuff for you. Now, granted, Theo is totally a sufficient dev, and also Mark, to back him up, is also a more than sufficient dev that they could do all this stuff on their own. What I'm trying to do is establish a thing where if you want to launch faster, do you actually want to spend time building out dashboards for this stuff, or could you just consume a service? In the same regard, you could consume Clerk. You could just use Clerk to make auth, or you can make it yourself. Yeah, Clerk saves you time when you want to just launch something quicker. So I get it. I'm trying to fill that same void for quota and balance management that Clerk is also solving for auth. Is this more of a niche? A little bit, but I think there is value to it. So just recognize, if you're an indie hacker, if pinching pennies is something you got to do just for bootstrapping purposes, then yeah, just do it yourself. But if you want to launch faster and concentrate on your actual application and delivering value, then yeah, I might have a service that you could use. It'll still be a little bit before I launch, but we're working on it. We're getting there. And the current part we're working on right now is user management. So if you want to have a business and then invite other users to help manage or use this business, you can invite them, you can manage them, you can delete and edit them, etc. So that is like the thing I'm building out. The part we're working on is user management right now. And we're actually working on our like invite flow and making sure that when a user gets redirected back to the app from an invite link, that we record their URL. And that was like the exact bit of like stuff we're working on right now. So Rython just used DeepSeek to write regex. I just used Claude earlier today to write regex. Like, I get it. Yeah, totally, man. Who wants to write regex from scratch? Instead, you ask an LLM, and then you just set your, like, trial stuff inside of, like, regex 101, and you prove it. And then, bam, you just paste it into your app, and you're done. So, hold on. You say nobody writes regex. Regex are written by crowdsourcing online via Stack Overflow and perfected by committee. Now it's still true. Nobody writes regex. AI does. Yeah, and then you just verify it. That's fine. I totally get it. We do have a fresh crowd. Do y'all want me to read the greatest Stack Overflow of all time? This is the absolute greatest Stack Overflow of all time. And we brought it up earlier when someone asked about the XY problem. So if you're not familiar with the XY problem, hold on. If I could type, well, we'll just say ionfo. No, it's xyproblem.info. Good job, Chrome. Nailed it. So, yeah, if you're not... Oh, jeez. Yeah, this keyboard still gets me. So, XY problem is majorly like a Stack Overflow issue, which is admittedly less relevant these days. Because who here actually still uses Stack Overflow on a regular basis? I do, personally, but that's because I'm a fucking boomer as far as tech goes, right? I get it. It's fine. Not a Hacker has a couple famous questions on Stack Overflow. Nice. Hell yeah. You don't even use Google anymore. Oof. Damn. Making me feel even older. I get it. All right. That's fine. No big deal. But basically, the XY problem is you have a problem where you want to solve X. You don't know how to do X, but you think you can get there if you can just manage how to do Y. Well, you don't know how to do Y either, so then you ask for help with Y. Other people maybe help you with Y, but are confused because Y doesn't seem like the right way to solve the problem. And then after much interaction, they realize that, yeah, what you were actually trying to do, there's probably a better way, and it's the Z solution. So yeah, the XY, and I think really like Z solution is the answer for that. Kevin, yeah, like this is huge. This is like the exact definition of dealing with Stack Overflow. Like by answering someone's question, they ask you how to do Y when really they just needed to do X. And if they had asked for X and searched for X, they would have found a solution. But instead they asked for Y, and now you're figuring out why they're asking for Y. At which point you actually figure out they need to do X. At which point we dig into the greatest Stack Overflow question and answer pair of all time. And we'll do it again, just for everyone out there. I plan on recording this with like vocal effects and a bunch of other stuff, right? So keep that in mind. We'll do it without vocal effects today. I want to do it with like a robe in front of like a roaring fire, reading from a fake book. I want to do it like, yeah, Masterpiece Theater style. Like really like boomer shit, all right? I really want to do this Masterpiece Theater style. But you guys just have to deal with like me with a couple whiskeys, you know, in me and, you know, faking it for now. So, I need to match all of these opening tags, but not self-closing tags. I came up with this and wanted to make sure I've got it right. Am I only capturing the A to Z? I believe it says blah, blah, blah. Do I have that right? And more importantly, what do you think? And yes, that is an official sigh. I believe like they just couldn't articulate the sigh. It's fine, Mr. Elfman. Just wait. You can't parse HTML or XHTML with regex because HTML can't be parsed by regex. Regex is not a tool that can be used to correctly parse HTML. As I have answered in HTML and regex questions here so many times before, the use of regex will not allow you to consume HTML. Regular expressions are a tool that is insufficiently sophisticated to understand the constructs employed by HTML. HTML is not a regular language and hence cannot be parsed by regular expressions. Regex queries are not equipped to break down HTML into its meaningful parts. So many times, but it's not getting to me. Even enhanced regular expressions, as used by Perl, are not up to the task of parsing HTML. You will never make me crack. HTML is a language of sufficient complexity that it cannot be parsed by regular expressions. Even John Skeet cannot parse HTML using regular expressions. Every time you try or attempt to parse HTML with regular expressions, the unholy child weeps the blood of virgins and Russian hackers pwn your web. Parsing HTML with regex summons tainted souls into the realm of the living. HTML and regex go together like love, marriage, and ritual infanticide. The center cannot hold. It's too late. The force of regex and HTML together in the same conceptual space, will destroy your mind like so much watery putty. If you parse HTML with regex, you are giving in to them and their blasphemous ways, which doom us all to inhuman toil for the one whose name cannot be expressed in the basic multilingual plane. He comes. HTML plus regex will liquefy the nerves of the sentient whilst you observe, your psyche withering in the onslaught of horror. Regex-based HTML parsers are the cancer that is killing Stack Overflow. It's too late! It's too late! We cannot be saved! The transgression of a child ensures regex will consume all living tissue, except for HTML, which it cannot, as previously prophesied. Dear Lord, help us! How can anyone survive this scourge? Using regex to parse HTML is doomed, or has doomed humanity to an eternity of dread torture and security holes. Using regex as a tool to process HTML establishes a breach between this world and the dread realm of corrupt entities, like SGML entities, but more corrupt. A mere glimpse of the world of regex parsers for HTML will instantly transport a programmer's consciousness into a world of ceaseless screaming. He comes. The pestilent, slithy regex infection will devour your HTML parser, application, and existence for all time like Visual Basic, only worse. He comes. Do not fight. He comes. His unholy radiance destroying all enlightenment. HTML tags leaking from your eyes like liquid pain. The song of regular expression parsing will extinguish the voices of mortal man from the sphere. I can see it. Can you see it? It's beautiful. The final snuffing of the lies of man. All is lost. All is lost. The pony. He comes. He comes. He comes. The ichor permeates. Oh, my face, my face. Oh, God, no. No. Stop. The angels aren't real. Zalgo is Tony the Pony. He comes. Have you tried using an XML parser instead? This is the ultimate XY problem, right? Someone's asking to do a thing when realistically the answer to all their problems is, well, hold on, what are you trying to do? You could just use an XML parser and you're done. You're done. So yeah, this post is locked to prevent inappropriate edits to its content. The post looks exactly how it is supposed to look. There are no problems with its content. Please do not flag it for our attention. And then the creator of this post says, Kobe, I think it's time for me to quit the post of assistant don't parse HTML with regex officer. No matter how many times we say it, they won't stop coming every day, every hour even. It is a lost cause, which someone else can fight for a bit. So go on, parse HTML with regex, if you must. It's only broken code, not life and death. This is the absolute greatest Stack Overflow ever posted. Ever. And yes, I used to do this with a bunch of like VSTs, you know, making my voice higher pitched, lower pitched, and also like auto-tuned in a weird way. It used to be like a much more engrossing experience, but I broke those VSTs when I like set up my new system, and I just haven't set them up again. I need to bring back the VSTs for sure. You're totally right. Yes, exactly. Wolfgang, you were basically Icarus. You didn't manage to become Dickarus, though. So you're good to go. Right? You didn't fly too close to the sun, but you were close. Yeah, the text glitching is absolutely a feature. Yeah, that is Zalgo text intentionally done. So yeah, you're welcome, everyone out there. Right? ChatGPT won't give you this. ChatGPT cannot accomplish what this Stack Overflow has done. Okay? So, yeah, just because ChatGPT or GPT or whatever you want to call it is more popular doesn't make it right. X Factor, yeah, Prime does it all the time. I was quoting the Primeagen, for sure. Let me just shout out, right? If y'all didn't know, I made that GIF. I did that. That was my first, like, foray back into, like, After Effects from, like, not using it for 10 years because I used to do it, like, as a snowboard bum, like, editing sponsor me videos and other BS. Like, I used to edit videos for, like, Windells when they would, like, have someone pay an extra $1,000 a session to record them and then edit their bullshit. I had to edit such, like, terrible snowboarding together into, like, a feasible video. Oh, man, that shit sucked. All right, so yeah, I used to edit videos way back in the day. When Prime started streaming and I saw him wearing like what was probably just like a red shirt or something, it inspired me because I had seen that video from Wolfpack, which is some awesome funk, in which the dude was just like dancing with headphones, and Prime wears headphones too. He was wearing glasses at the time too, I think. It worked. So yeah, I made that GIF though. Damn right. I'll shout it out when I can. I don't need to like put a watermark on it or something. But let me just say, I do have a pattern for doing iconic things. 4321 for Astro? That was my idea. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm kidding. I'm just bullshitting. I do have to go pee, so give me a second. And we haven't done like the pee screen in a minute, but yeah. I gotta go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay? So don't go anywhere, and we'll get back to the code that we're hacking out in the moment, related to user management, but it's more related to invites and validating those invites. So, BRB. All right. So we're back.
This is medieval time.
SAP consumes you. Yeah. So hold on. My bad. Was that you, Ellie? That was, or Eli? Whichever way you want it pronounced. Was that you saying that you do SAP stuff? Honestly, if you want to like chat about how you use SAP or Salesforce, like, ABAP or hold on, Salesforce is Apex, right? Anyone that uses that stuff on a regular basis, I work for GitKraken as a developer advocate, and I'm trying to understand how SAP, like ABAP users and Salesforce Apex users, how they use Git in general, right? Because we eventually want to make some content for that. And yes, I'm slacking on it a little bit because a couple people have reached out and I just haven't scheduled those interviews, but we can definitely get that stuff going. So yeah, if you want, send me a message over on Discord and we'll set that up. Apex is the worst. I believe you're talking about Apex Legends. I mean Apex the language for Salesforce. Boom, roasted. I actually knew what you meant. I'm just kidding. Boom, roasted. Hold on. We do have an unban request. Let me check it out. Oh, no, this person, no, they seem... I mean... I'll unban this person, for sure, but, yeah. All right, so I unbanned this person. They also blocked me on Twitter. So, I mean, them saying they don't know why is interesting. Apex is for Salesforce dev. When you say SFDC, is that Salesforce something? Like, I don't know what that means specifically. Salesforce.com. Oh. I've never seen someone abbreviate the DC part. Okay, no, I get it. Yeah, Apex is a Salesforce-specific language. I don't know. I have no idea. It's fine. I don't use Salesforce, so it might be a thing that Salesforce devs do. You might be totally right, man. I have no idea. I have no clue. Yeah, I have no idea, Ethan. That is brand new to me as well. That is the most bullshitty reason for an acronym I've ever heard. Technically an initialism, but oh my god. Oh, Den Wallace, I'm so sorry. Wow, the bureaucracy is so thick where you work. Oh, that's beautiful. That actually brought a tear to my eye. Like, oh my god. So basically what you're saying is your project manager recites the Agile Manifesto every morning before they even clock into work? Because that's the only way something like that would actually happen. No? You wish? Oh, you guys deal with like the worst version of like Agile Fall ever, huh? Burns incense to an image of Uncle Bob. Oh my god. Hold on, wait. You hold the incense and you do some like gesture. What is like the phrase you say when you do the gesture, right? Right? Instead of Om Ni Padme, it's like Scrumdy, like something or other, right? Scrum de-estimate May. Estimate May. Like, mumble, mumble, to Scrum Day. Like, yeah, totally. Omni stand-up day. Like, all right, this is good. I'm really proud about that. Recite the holy Fibonacci. All right. All right, we're good. We're good. I'm not crying. You're crying. Oh, that was good. Woo! Okay, we got some code to write, but honestly, we can bullshit about code all day. I got some shit done, you know. We solved some bugs. This stuff does deserve. Yeah, this stuff does deserve a short. Yeah, for sure, right? We can pirate software this shit. All right, we can totally optimize around the algorithm for it, you know? The entire industry is crying. Crying tears of blood. You can't squeeze blood from a stone, but you can squeeze blood from a scrum. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right, all right. All right, all right. Yeah, we're chilling, we're chilling. We're doing our thing. So, for everyone joining from the raid, the thing we're working on is we are currently having to debug why we're not setting our previous path when we log the user out, but we are seeing the value that we care about, which is weird. We definitely do have a bug where this 401 hook is being called way more than it should be. Which is why we have to establish, if we're not on the login page, you know, do nothing. Developer is great. Yeah, no, they're good. For the most part, they are purely original memes. There are some times where it feels like their memes originated over on Reddit, but for the most part, right? Generally, I am developer memes make it to Reddit after the fact, you know? I just do feel like sometimes they take the easy way out and post a meme that they don't think anyone's going to recognize. Ooh, there you go, not a hacker. Or Andy refactored their build process from Webpack to Vite. Also, basically the same meme. Yeah, I get it. No, oh my God, Teddy, it is worth the time because holy shit, man. The previous company I worked at, which didn't secure another round of funding, I was so close. Dude, I was so close to migrating our entire build process from Webpack to Vite. I was so close. Oh my god. Ugh. But then, yeah, we didn't get another round of funding, and they had to lay off like our entire R&D team. I think one of the devs from that team made it, right? Which sucks. Dude, I was so close. There was like one bug I had to fix. I was like a week away from shipping that shit. Dude, the Webpack config was deep, like super deep. And we still had like Vue components we were using inside of React. Oh, it was so fucking deep. Oh my god, it was rough. But let me just say, it was so close. It was so close. And I was really proud of that work I did, but we didn't get to merge it. I would have actually done a contract to finish that shit. Like, yeah, you gotta lay me off, but just hire me on a contract. I want to finish that task. But I couldn't. So, it is what it is. Whatever. I hope they migrated. Because basically, every single dev on our team for R&D that was building out this dashboard, their process was, well, yeah, I go to like start the dev build and I walk away and like pour some coffee or something and come back and hopefully it's done. Starting the dev process should be super fucking quick. Right? There is no walk away. Like, dude, that is so broken. That is the most broken thing I've ever heard. When was that? No, this was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Now, it might have been a project that was started in like 2015 or 16 or something, in which like Webpack was the only thing you could pick. Like, you're not going to do it with Gulp or Grunt. Like, come on, man. Like, grow up. So, yeah, there's like worse ways to do it. Keep that in mind. Yeah, project size matters. Also, per route bundling matters too. And I think they had a problem with per route bundling as well. But you can only tackle a single problem at a time at a large organization. Webpack is really well documented. It's just a little slow. Yeah, I get that. Like, that's just the thing. Our biggest issue was the fact that we were depending upon like older libraries for like the Vue React like compatibility issues we were having. And there was like some weird hack we had to bring in Vue components into a React app that sucked. There was just a lot of bullshit. The project was started as a Vue app, and then they needed React Table when it was introduced, and then technically Tanstack Table was cross-compatible, and they probably didn't need to migrate to React, but that stone was already rolling, So at that point, we just had to finish the migration. And that was a thing that I was like majorly tasked with, as well as managing the team that I had. Honestly, that was one of the most fun projects and teams I've worked on. That shit was great. That shit was great. I really liked that project. I wish they had been able to secure another round of funding, because I'd still be working there, for sure. I would still be working there. I think Fairwinds is a product that solves a lot of problems. Like, honestly, let me just point it out. Like, I think Fairwinds is a fantastic product. No, not the front end challenge shit. I guess that stuff's like public. Whatever. If I could type. Shit. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I look at my hands when I type. Deal with it. So yeah, Fairwinds. If you're doing Kubernetes at scale, I still think Fairwinds is like really something you should look into. I'm just saying. And this is one of the coolest companies I've ever worked for. So Wolfgang, I've actually done Angular, right? Angular JS and then Angular itself as the majority of my career. And I even gave a talk at the Seattle React meetup about how to use Angular and other components inside of React. The fact that React 19 now actually has full support for web components. Oh my God, I could review that talk and totally like gut 3 or 4 slides, you know? I also gave the same talk at the Angular meetup about using Angular JS inside of Angular. Yeah, I've done that too. So yeah, I'm a big fan. I just like making stuff work that you don't expect to work, but you can totally make work. That's the best thing. Like, hold up. There's a quote. I totally shared this link with Primogen, and I believe he covered it. There is a quote in this that is amazing, right? The deep, abiding goal of every engineer is to take a thing and make it do a thing it wasn't supposed to do. That comment and that statement resonates so hard with me. Nobody intended to use Angular JS inside of Angular, but you can do it. And I think it's actually the right way to upgrade an Angular JS project. Port all of your components to Angular and consume them within Angular JS. And then when you want to actually migrate, your logic of migrating from Angular JS to Angular is just your routing logic, basically. And you're done. Like some of your like central, like, you know, state management, sure. I gave a talk about this at the Angular meetup years ago. Oh my God, Wolfgang, are you kidding me? The Birth and Death of JavaScript is my absolute favorite talk of all time. If I could type. Right? This is my favorite talk of all time. Can I just point out, this dude, Gary Bernhardt, lives here in Seattle. He shows up to Seattle JS, at least on a somewhat regular basis. And he is the smartest person I've ever chatted with, who also just has a fucking conscience. Like, I've made jokes about, like, yeah, you just make an app and then sell it to some company. But then, like, he chimed in, like, but what about your users, man? Like, you know, like, they still want an app that works. Like, come on, think about your users. To be a dude that is so fucking smart, who is probably set for life, who also has a conscience, oh my God, like, this dude's my hero. And when I see him at Seattle JS, I have to major downplay the fact that I'm such a fanboy. Like, I have to, like, majorly not be the fan that I am and just be a cool dude chatting. Like, oh my God, I got a selfie with this dude. I cherish this shit. Like, I don't need to show it, but like, dude, I got a selfie with this dude. That's my favorite selfie. with like another person. Gary's the man. I should just tell him. Yeah, I get it. I feel like he knows it, though. I don't want to weird him out. I weirded him out enough just asking for a fucking selfie, okay? Like, when I asked for a selfie, I saw him, like, retreat into his shell, like, figuratively, okay? This is a person you got to approach gradually. But yes, I'm not even kidding. Gary Bernhardt is actually, like, my idol. As far as, like, giving tech talks goes. He has a very different approach than I do. When I give a talk, or when I'm, like, proposing or, like, practicing a talk, I just make the slides here on stream, and I let y'all ask me about it, and we figure it out, and then I just fucking wing it. Whatever. His approach, he has actually explained in multiple instances, is that he just paces around his apartment giving the talk, and when he starts feeling bored about the talk, he realizes he has something he needs to change. So he is, just picture this, he's pacing around his own apartment, talking to himself, and he's getting bored at some point and realizing he has to change something. Holy shit, dude. That is a level of effort to a talk that I have never given. But I respect it. I could aspire to it, but I'll never do it. I'm a low effort talk kind of person. Hopefully I know my content enough that I can talk without my slides. This dude is a high effort talk in which he can talk without his slides. So we're like aiming for the same goal, but we do it like from totally different like perspectives. Again, let me just point out. Every single person here should recognize that the birth and death of JavaScript predicted the entire WebAssembly future we are living out right now. This dude predicted the future. I like to make a joke that he's actually from the future, and now he's stuck in our timeline because he traveled back, but he can't travel back, like, forward again. So now he's just stuck trying to tell us how to do things better so he can actually make it back to his own timeline. And that is a joke I will happily say to him in the future, which I just haven't done yet. I will happily tell him about my head, story about this stuff, right? The thing I maintain just as, headcanon. Yeah, no. My headcanon is that he's actually a time traveler, and now he's stuck in our timeline, so he's telling us all this stuff that he needs to actually be able to travel back to his own timeline. I'll say that to his face. I don't mind that. I'm not going to tell him that he's my favorite speaker ever. Come on. Come on. I hope he doesn't watch stream because now I'm embarrassed. Shit. He doesn't watch stream. Come on, man. This is the type of dude that doesn't watch Twitch streams. Right? Come on. That is not the mentality that I would expect him to take. Bro, you're too good for our timeline. What are you doing here? Go back to your own timeline. You're fucking us up. Right? Have you ever seen Terminator? You're messing up the timeline. But he might be improving the timeline. So, who knows? Right? So, take it easy. It's a thing. It's fine. But okay, so I like to hack out code. I like to rant. I like to chill. We got enough people here in chat that are still lurking, and let's hack out some code. It is 7 p.m., so like we're going a little later than I normally do, but yeah, I think it's fine. Wait, 3 a.m. where you're at? What are you doing here still? Like, yeah, get some sleep. And what's up, Candace? How you doing? Cheers. All right, so something here is not going right. We're not setting the right path name when we do this redirect, and we need to actually debug that. We have a bunch of redundant redirects that are no good, but setting this value should be fine. You're looking for wheels online. What kind of wheels? Yeah, like Hot Wheels? You know you can get Matchbox cars, like or Matchbox cars cheaper? Shit, I fucked up. Fucked up the phrase. God damn it. It's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't get it. Oh, you mean like car wheels? Oh, you want to upgrade to a 17 versus a 16? Oh. I just want to say, like, does that shit matter? I'm sorry, like, you are not your car. Don't make your car represent you. Yeah, I mean, do whatever you want, but holy shit, like, ugh. Wheels and rims on a car? Ugh. Ugh. I'm sorry. I could not be more disgusted. I hate that shit. I'm just being honest with you. Hold on. I see a message. All right, so hold on. I do need to, like, yeah, unblock and unban someone. 1 second. BRB. All right, so fixed. We're good. No big deal. You love what I'm doing. Should you launch a meme coin on Pump Fund to help with funding? Fuck no, because do you have any ethics or morals? That should automatically tell you the answer. Like, why are you asking me? I already think that you're just a troll at this point. Yeah, time to ban the next. Like, Solge and a bunch of letters that you know mean something. Fuck off. Get out of here. Yeah, that's an easy ban. Fuck off. No one puts those 3 letters in a row in their fucking name without being intentional about it. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ, man. Like, dude. And just keep in mind, anyone who actually believes in Jesus would also fucking hate the KKK. Like, come on, man. Like, just read the fucking Bible. Like, Jesus Christ. Fucking trolls, dude. Just read the fucking Bible. At this point, like, fucking trolls, dude. Do I know about meme coins? Hey, dude. There are so many shitty people in the world. It's so insane to me. Like, the shitty people think they deserve a voice. They don't. They just don't. Right? We dealt with this in the fucking 80s when punk had to make songs like Nazi Punks Fuck Off. Right? The Dead Kennedys had to make an exact song saying that. And nowadays, people think punk doesn't mean that? No, fuck you. Nazi punks fuck off. Duh. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, sorry, Sibo. Like, nah, we appreciate you. Yeah. Like, my bad. Didn't mean to ignore you. Yeah, just some shithead spamming chat. Oh, and Josh, I just see your comment now too. No, I get it. No need to check. No, I get you, man. Yeah, I'm sorry. Again, I'm a bit of a jerk. I would assume that was part of it. I'm pretty damn left-wing. Like, the fact that being left-wing means I fucking hate Nazis. Like, the fact that that needs, like, a specification is fucking crazy. I'm not saying you are at all. Keep that in mind. I'm not saying that. But the fact that I have to specify, like, my left-wingness is just simply like, dude, Nazi punks fuck off. The fact that that even needs to be said this day and age is insane to me. Like, I thought we dealt with this 30 years ago. I thought the Dead Kennedys made it fucking really obvious, you know? But again, yeah. I don't want to make this political. You weren't any part of that. I totally agree. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Exactly. I appreciate the heck off. I get that. You can swear in this stream, and that's totally fine. No one will hold you accountable for a swear word. Yeah, we hold people accountable for rhetoric. That's more important. Wait, did it? Well, I didn't see that part, but okay, no, I get it. Oh, no, you're right, it did. Oh, yeah, no, fuck off. Sorry, there we go. Fuck off is totally allowed. It's more about the context. That was an auto mod thing. Yeah, auto mod does their thing. I'm sorry, my bad. Yeah, Nazis, fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, so, no worries. Appreciate you. Yeah, sorry, Josh. And yeah, it might have been just some random thing. I don't even know why. And I feel bad about that. Because I probably did it reactionary-wise, and then you did it reactionary-wise, and then, well, shit, we're at an impasse. So, that's my fault. I will take the full blame for that. Nah, it's fine, man. Yeah, we're good. I do take the blame. You should not feel bad about any of that. Yeah. As most of my trolls would admit, I am harsher than I should be most of the time. People that are willing to chill and be cool, man, I am like with open arms. With arms wide open. I'm sorry. I fucking hate the band Creed. That was like such a major joke. Please. Yeah. Scott Stapp's a terrible person. But yeah, with arms wide open, I would welcome you back. Sorry, I'd still laugh at that. Oh, Jesus. I don't mean that. Sorry, I don't believe in that. But yeah, bad joke. Yeah. Shit. Believe in whatever you want. I don't care what you believe. Like, have your faith. Just don't push it on other people, and we're good to go. We're totally good to go. I apologize for joking about it. That's my fault. No worries there, Lena. Yeah, have a good night. Yeah, cheers. See you again soon. Some Shrek. I mean, if we could have one meal be real, it's the eggs on the stone, right? If we could have one meal be real in life, it's the eggs on the stone. Amen. All right, so I think we'll get along. I appreciate that. Thank you. You don't owe an apology. That's all on me. I'm sorry for any of this bullshit. That's my fault. Now, hold on. Let me at least give you a follow. Wait, do I not have this shit set up? All right, there we go. Yeah, for sure, man. Shrek is love, Shrek is life. Yeah. Like, it's about layers. We are, like, way later in my stream than I normally go. I do need to go flip the pork that is thawing in my fridge, but you know what? Fuck it. I can just cook some frozen pork. That'll be fine. Yeah, no worries, man. Again, I take the full blame. But we don't need to dwell on it. We can move past it. Not even worth chatting about it anymore. Like, that's on me. We're good. So Stevo, the pork that I have, it is pork rib meat without the ribs, actually, but it's in my fridge. Like, I freeze it when I buy it from Costco, and then I put it into the fridge submerged in water in like a big old like bowl, but it's not fully submerged because it's too big to actually fit completely in the bowl. So then I'll flip it inside of the water in my fridge to fully thaw it further, but it's still at like the temperature that it's like sanitary still. And then whenever I hop onto my mainstream, or my, not mainstream, but gaming stream, I will slice the pork and then cook it in the wok while cooking the noodles and have a meal. But the idea is that I don't need to like put it in the sous vide or some bullshit. I can just thaw the pork. And yeah, like, if you don't know this, meat thaws quicker submerged in water. You can put it in your fridge, and yeah, it'll take like a day to thaw. Or you can put it in like submerged water, and it'll like take hours to thaw. That's actually like a trick I learned when working in like major restaurants, actually. You thought in the sink with water. I also like to live dangerously, but not that dangerously. Like, come on, man. Yeah. Like, a little gastrointestinal distress for yourself is better than inflicting it on other people. I get it. Yeah, that's science. That's just science. This is my favorite song on this album, by the way. All right, so let's continue doing what we're doing. Yeah, this previous path is not being set as we expected, and we need to actually like trigger this again. So testing this is not ideal. We just got to do it, you know? And that means just doing that, and we get logged out, and then we get the log? And yeah, this is the bug that I was talking about in like a comment. Like, we get way too many 401s when we shouldn't. Oh, God, that's gross. Oh, that's so gross. Oh, that's the worst. Setting previous path, and we see /settings. So then if we go look at application, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Hold on. So keep in mind that this bug is due to the fact that we're redirecting. So we're not doing like the refresh token thing yet. I do want to do the refresh token eventually. Right now we're just dealing with an expired like auth token. We're doing the lazy approach first, and then refresh token we can do later. But we have to make it work with a proper auth token first. And technically, no, our auth token is no good. I think that's our actual issue. So we'll see if we actually solve the problem here. And yeah, I know I should be doing a proper refresh token. I get it. But you know what? If we solve this problem with the auth token, we actually solve the refresh token problem too later. So, you know. Right now, our auth token only lasts 24 hours. And because we deal with some heavy stuff, right? Like payment type stuff, etc. Technically, we're doing like permission scoped to a way that only someone who has that access should be able to do that kind of access. I still think, personally, that we don't need the refresh token yet. All right, so you popped out for a bit, saw 1,000,000 401 requests. Well, no, that 1,000,000 is actually like that's a separate bug. If we have already redirected to that endpoint, we shouldn't redirect 1,000,000 times. And if you go look at our, well, we don't even have the titles set right, but basically the titles would dictate that, yeah, no, we're having like the same like redirect logic happen a bunch of times. And we got to fix that eventually. I don't think that's the problem we need to solve right now, though. Oh, God. Hold on. All right. Hold on. Let me kill the app. There we go. All right. Let's log back in. John Bon Jovi at Gorilla. Yeah, later, young Sivo. Yeah, appreciate you. And again, thank you for shouting out that, yeah, we may have had like a small issue way ages ago, but dude, you're a good member of the stream at this point, and I appreciate you. So that's on me. Just like Josh Manders. Right? I'm a jerk. I am more often a jerk than stream viewers are a jerk, and that's on me. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. You taught yourself, and I just pushed back a little bit. Right? There we go. But yeah, happy to have you there, Steve-O. Appreciate you. Okay, so it does look like we got back to this endpoint without me clicking a thing, which means that our previous URL logic actually worked. So the issue was the fact that we were seeing this empty string and we couldn't properly set it. And there we go. When I'm willing to bet that if we had solved the way too many like network request problem, right? The errors that we saw, like all of that BS. Oh, we don't see it right there, but we'd see it again if we tried. All right, so we solved that issue. Problem solved. No big deal. So the next bit. We need to actually think about like our invite flow. We can invite a user. Yeah, we see like foobar pending, and we'll double check that we can still like invite someone. Bar foo. We'll invite them with only read permission, and they're in the list. Cool, I get it. feel like we're good there. All right. Oh, and just saying, hold up. Anyone out there? Are y'all looking for some, like, just awesome ghosty shaders? Yeah, this one's a little, like, you know, thawing out a bit. Look at, like, the frame rate. Yeah, no big deal. I'd say perf-wise, we got way too much stuff going that a machine's, like, struggling for. But are you looking for some awesome shaders? Yeah, maybe check this one out. Yeah, this is a recording. But man, if we're listening to synthwave like this, nailed it with that shader. So let me just point out, you can get that shader if I can click the button. So I've got CM Griffing shaders here right now with some of these shaders that have not been merged yet. The maintainer of the official, or maybe not like official, but like more official than mine, they are also gonna like, they are more than open to merging other shaders that you want to merge into, right? They just don't have like the preview and some of the stuff we've done, but there is currently a pull request from me that they actually prompted me to make that we'll finish up eventually. And we'll eventually add like the other shaders that are worth adding that we have over here, right? Like the elevator one, etc. Right? Like maybe this synthwave one. Ooh, look at how good this synthwave shader is. Yeah, exactly four wheel. The person, hacker, something or other. Hacker SH, super fucking cool. Very cool person. We do have some changes to make. If anyone wants to make these changes before I eventually get to it, I mean, maybe make a PR to my branch for these things, and then I'll merge it in, and then merge your thing in, and yeah, you'll get credit for it just because of how merges work. Dude, not a hacker. Yeah, the best talk of all time. And can we recognize that he predicted the entire future that we're actually like living out right now as far as WASM goes? The birth and death of JavaScript is not just a JavaScript talk. It is like the future of WASM. WebAssembly is living out the future that Gary Bernhardt predicted 10 years ago, man. Is it any wonder I'm a huge fan and I'm like embarrassed to say that to him? Yeah, like, come on. I know I've said something like to that effect. I just don't think he understands how much I meant by it. Yeah, Gary's the man. He lives here in Seattle, and I get to see him at Seattle JS all the time. I'm a huge fan. And I just have to, like, dial it back because I don't want to make him feel uncomfortable. No search functionality. Yeah, I mean, I get it, X Factor. Could you propose and maybe make that functionality? Come on, man. It's open source, right? Nah, like, propose what you need to do. Is there an issue for it? If not, well, maybe make an issue. And if so, well, just give it a thumbs up. I think Ghosty's fantastic. And I'm really enjoying it just for the fact that I can do something as bullshitty as having this, like, this elevator in the background. Like, oh my God. Like, I know it's so bullshitty, but God, it makes my stream more fun, doesn't it? Yeah, like some of the music I play is basically elevator music, and it's so apropos. That's just science. I mean, it's worth checking out, Josh Manders. Like, yeah, give it a shot. You're not going to offend me if you try it and you don't like it. Like, I don't give a shit. I'm not invested in this thing. I make nothing off of you using it or not. I just think the fact that I was able to port a bunch of fucking shaders really easily, and I need to make a video about that. Like, how could you port a shader from, Shader Toy into a shader for Ghosty? What is that process like? Dude, I am like 3, possibly 4 weeks away from, like, relevancy for that. But I'll make the video eventually. Maybe. I swear. Yeah, I'm just slacking. But, like, there's actually a really, like, smooth and easy process for porting any shader you find, you know? It's actually so easy. Like, man, like, the video I make should actually inspire a bunch of people, but God, it's like this dude smokes weed or something. I don't get it. And when I say this dude, I mean this dude. The dude with the bad mustache. Yeah, for sure. No. I'm planning on ditching. I appreciate that. I thank you so much for that. My dad had a mustache very similar to this my entire, like, growing up. And I'm very much like a clone of my dad. Like, my mom would admit that for sure. But at the end of the day, nah, it's too much effort to maintain. I'd rather just, like, shave every couple days than, like, deal with, like, trimming this thing. Ugh, are you kidding me? Like, as I get older, I got nose hairs to trim. Like, I can't spend time trimming other shit, too. Like, come on, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, you have a beard. Yeah, like, I only see the photo you have where it's like a shorter beard. Do you have it like epic? That's cool, man. Yeah, like your social profile only has, like, just, like, stubble wise. I'm jealous of people that can grow, like, a proper beard. Like, I'm fully jealous. Like, keep that in mind. I've tried to grow a mustache for the past, like, couple of years, and this is the first year that it's actually, like, developed into something that is even worth keeping. Like, I spoke at NeoVimConf back in, like, 2021 and had it, but it was bad. It was gross. It was the worst. Ugh. Hold on. Let me double check. Did I have the mustache there, or was I like grossed out enough that I shaved it already? God, look at how bad the mustache was back then. You can't even see it with how bad like the cropping is and shit. Oh my god, it just looks like a shadow underneath my nose. Ugh. Oh, dude. Y'all remember how bad that mustache was? I'm sure some of y'all do. And hold on, I'm looking at it. Dude, Josh, yeah, no, dude, your beard's legit. I will say, like, I agree, like, with what you're saying. Like, red beard, like, is harder to see. I get that. Right? Like, I'm, like, dirty blonde. So, like, the dirtiness is, like, the mustache and the beard. But, like, with red, it's actually, like, brighter than you would normally intend. I get that. I think that's fine. That's a solid beard, dude. Nah, man. Yeah, no, your beard's good, man. Don't have any trepidation about that. That's a solid beard, dude. Oh, you got another? Oh my god. Oh, hold on. The left one, you're totally smoking a joint, right? Like, so you definitely live in like Colorado, right? Because if you're in Utah, you don't want that evidence on the record. Iowa. Okay, so Iowa has legal weed, right? I live in Washington, so I can smoke legal weed too. Hold on. CMG Dance? Is that the same mustache? Well, okay, yeah. So obviously you took that photo when you were in the state that was legal. Obviously. Yeah, yeah. Obviously. You took that photo in Illinois. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. Duh. Obviously. Yeah, no big deal. And then, hold on. Someone said, yeah, double wink. Wink. Wait, what was the photo? What was, like, it was like the CMG dance? Wait, did I have a mustache in CMG dance? Oh, I do have a mustache in CMG dance. Yeah, that is probably like a month or two after the NeoVim conf talk. It's actually pretty close. Man, we haven't watched that show in ages. That's from a show called Man v. Woman. Man Stroke Woman. All right, that's the show. Honestly, this show is so good. Oh my god, this show's so good. Yeah, there's a bit in that show that I was referencing where like they have a bit where like one character who's the dude from like he's like from shit, what's that show everyone hated the last season of? Game of Thrones. Yeah. So, yeah. The character, right? Ben Crompton, Game of Thrones, absolutely. That's the dude. He has a bit where he's like, wait, what do you mean dancing? What the fuck is that word? Right? Like, what are these people doing? I don't get it. He's like, no, they're dancing. They're having fun. He's like, oh, it's shit, isn't it? There's another bit where people are like catching fish. He's like, what the fuck is a fish? Well, you know, like they cast the bait and they reel it in. And he's like, what the fuck is that? Like he sees someone reeling in a fish. He's like freaking out. Like, yeah, there's like a good set of like skits on Man Stroke Woman in which he is just totally clueless about the world. And it's fucking hilarious. Dancing? Shit, isn't it? You know, like it's so good. I recommend the show. I'm not doing it justice, but yeah, you should absolutely watch the show. There are so many skits that are super fucking good. Shit, isn't it? So yeah, recommended. Have at it. No big deal. A little bit, but not nearly as like intentionally offensive, if that makes sense. Yeah, rest in peace, Trevor Moore. Oh, Braun Savage and yeah, like other guy. Yeah, fuck off with your fucking meme coin bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. If you're not aware, yeah, there's like an entire contingency of people promoting pump.fun, which is just absolute bullshit. No one should ever invest any money into anything on pump.fun. Like, come on. Don't be an asshole. I already banned one streamer that participated in a pump.fun thing. One person who's already like in the list right there, having donated subs here on this stream. No, fuck them. They can't buy forgiveness for being a shitheel for some bullshit pump.fun thing. Fuck no. If you're a human being, you push back on that. Right? Be a real human being. And push back on any fucking bullshit meme coin that someone makes in your name. Now, if someone makes that shit in their own name, oh my god, they're like double banned. And I don't know how to do that, but we'll figure it out eventually. Yeah, if you endorse some bullshit coin some pump.fun shit did for you, yeah, you're banned. You made one yourself? Oh my god, that's a double ban. I don't even know how to do that yet, but we'll make it happen. For sure. I don't know either, Josh Manders, but we have one person as part of the like Twitch community who opted into that shit, and oh my god, you sweet summer child, like, dude, double banned. Like, double banned. Banned from here and the chill stream. Yeah. I mean, the chill stream ban is like maybe like a 10th of a ban. I don't think that counts enough. Nah, that's not even a double ban. That's like a 1.10 ban. There's a few people who've been banned from the chill stream. I take the blame for most of that, though. That's on me. I think that was me being, like, reactionary. It's only spammers that get banned from that channel, legitimately. And the rest is just me being a jerk, and I probably regret it, and I should fix it. You know. As is tradition. As he takes a sip of the whiskey. We have enough people that call me out and say they wish I was a better person and they'll never follow me again and blah, blah, blah on this channel. Which means that they never even make it to the other channel, which is, you know, that's the thing. So yeah, to be banned on the other channel, that's tricky. That's fine, not a hacker. I mean, I applaud you for what you're doing. I really do applaud that. Good job, man. Keep it up. I simply maintain the mentality that abstinence is not a solution. Abstinence is not a solution. Being better requires a conscious effort, regardless of consumption. And I'm only putting that on me. Like, you put your own judgment on yourself. For me, to abstain, would be like to ignore the worst parts of me. When those parts still exist, the booze just makes them more relevant. So at the end of the day, I need to be better holistically, with or without the booze. And I'm working on it, man. I'm getting there. We'll see. No. And again, not a hacker. You do what you got to do, man. I am not trying to dictate what other people do. I'm talking only about how I approach my own problems with substances. I think that's the only way to phrase that. Problems with substances. I have them. I admit they're there. I can be better without cutting them completely off. Because cutting them completely off, for me, would be ignoring the problem. I do appreciate that, Kevin. Yeah, for sure, man. Thank you. I do appreciate that. And yeah, G, who is Jay? Mr. Sir. Like, when we hung out in New York, yeah, I had the whiskey in me. I wasn't a jerk about it, right? Like, I was totally, like, fun to hang out with. Right? So there we go. Like, that's it. That's my metric. Like, am I a jerk in person? Am I a jerk with too much in me? If so, that's the issue. Having too much? That's not the issue. Controlling my emotions is actually the issue. And I think I can be that. I can do better without, like, cutting it off. Because cutting it off is just ignoring the issue. I super appreciate that. Thank you. That is a very, very nice way of phrasing that. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think in general, in person, I'm just more fun to hang out with. Here on stream, there are times where I'm less fun to hang out with, right? So I'll embrace that. I'll admit to that. People who've had that problem with me in the past, you don't even have to chime in. I know that. And I think we're good. I'm trying to be better. Normally, I'm really cool in person. I swear. Ooh, blaze up. All right. Okay, Mr. Sir. Yeah, oh shit. Like here in Seattle, that's a thing, and I don't smoke enough. Yeah, yeah. But we'll make it happen. Yeah, for sure. I'll bring the weed. Repo that matters, but we'll do some work towards that eventually. But yeah, for the app we're building, this is all about how we send and evaluate invites to the program. Right? If I were to invite a new user, how does that actually go out to another person? Wait. Really? Like, as far as I know, YouTube stream's still going. Like, it still looks live to me. I don't know, X Factor, maybe refresh? It still looks live. I could be wrong. Damn, does YouTube actually get that fucking, like, heavy? Like, I might be swearing a bit. YouTube doesn't give a shit about swearing, but the moment I say the word weed... All right, no, we're good. All right, we're set. All right. All right, yeah. Good check. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. Hell yeah. But yeah, no, as far as like email deliverability goes, yeah, that part's tough. And really it depends on like the company we pick. AWS is super strict about deliverability. Yeah, SendGrid and Postmark are actually like the main things I'm considering right now. My goal is to maybe use like SendGrid for HubSpot style like SMS and then Postmark for transactional SMS. Because I've seen enough about Postmark and what they do in which like they care the most about time to deliver, right? And I don't know if that's like a term they use to like describe their thing, but Postmark is like the best time to deliver from any other platform I've seen. Mailgun and Mailjet, oh my god, they're owned by Cinch, and Cinch is putting that shit on like life support. I'm sorry, like, just keep in mind this is not an endorsement towards any platform. This is an anti-endorsement towards Mailgun and Mailjet. They used to be independent, and then they got bought by a company that doesn't give a shit. And yeah, Cinch doesn't give a shit. So yeah, Mailgun and Mailjet are only useful for dev. You should not run any business based upon those things. So yeah, G Who Is Jay and other people asking, yeah, I'm not sure what Postmark is actually measuring that by. I would simply bet that it's just inherently better than any company owned by Cinch. Because, dude, Cinch is killing these fucking businesses by basically firing the entire like dev staff for those platforms. They got bought and they got killed. So, Mailjet and Mailgun. Fuck, man. It sucks. If you ever heard of MJML, that's Mailjet markup language. That is actually the best way to do like email templating. MJML, man. Oh, it's so good. It's the best. Now there's like a React version of it that's, you know, it's just piggybacking on MJML fucking dying. Maisel. I'm not familiar with Maisel. Ooh. I used to really like Mailgun. I used to really like Mailjet. Oh my god, yeah. Both of those platforms were the best. Oh my god, when fucking oh my god, what's the company? When MailChimp fucking killed Mandrill, Mailgun and Mailjet were it. And then Cinch was like, well, I can swoop that up and kill him? Hey, nice. And then they were dead. So Maisel? I'm not familiar with Maisel. Let me check it out. All right. Don't let Cinch know about them, because, oh my god, they'll just buy them and kill them. Oh, G was J. Oh my god. I mean, which platforms are you talking about? All right, no, I get that. So, yeah, you know the guy or person, sorry, from Maisel. All right, all right. So here's my biggest problem. I need something with like a guarantee of deliverability and a guarantee of time to deliver. And I believe Postmark actually has a thing that they measure. Time to inbox? So they actually have like a service status and like a bunch of stuff, you know? Yeah, like Postmark is top of my list, but I don't need to make that decision yet. Find it interesting. So this is like Postmark's time to inbox for all of these platforms. Wait, so what's up? Hold on, Josh Manders. Are you saying Postmark is no longer independent? Oh, Active Campaign owns them? Oh. I haven't seen anything about that. Shit, I didn't know that they got bought. Fuck! God damn it. Just when I think I'm out, you pull me back in. Was it actually a few years ago? Well, let me at least point out that founders went ghost. Oh my god. Ugh. So I'm currently thinking SendGrid is the only like future-proof-ish thing because Twilio is too big to fucking like sell. Right? Like what company could feasibly buy Twilio? Basically just Facebook and a couple other like big fish, you know? So Twilio and SendGrid might be it. Fuck. I didn't even know that. I thought Postmark was still independent, man. Haven't Haven't heard anything bad about Postmark? That's fine. I don't know, man. That's really hard to trust. Like, haven't heard anything bad yet. Wink. Like, dude. Shit. All right, so yeah, Postmark is massively out of the running. SES. Dude, SES is the move. That's probably it. Yeah, even like Postmark had like an article about like deliverability and like the cost for X amount of things. And yeah, like SendGrid is like reasonable. And then when you want to send 1 million emails, ooh, Postmark wants to charge you like $700 a month. Fuck that, dude. Like, yeah, so SES is really it. SES is it. I'm going to use SendGrid, I think, at this point until I hit the limit of SendGrid being like worthwhile. And then, G was J. Yeah, for sure, man. There will be a time where SendGrid doesn't do it for me, and I got to just do the SES. And I think even then, I think we're fine. I think even then we're fine. So you don't got to put yourself on the line for anything. Like, I feel like, dude, I have felt bad in the past for interviewing for a job in which someone recommended me and I wasn't a good fit. Well, shit, man. I put someone on the line. All right, so it doesn't put you on the line. All right, there we go. Can we just put like the posts on the line? You mean online? No, on the line. Sorry, I'm referencing the movie like The Internship. That was a joke, by the way. I don't know if you got it. No, I'm not talking about putting stuff online. I'm talking about putting stuff on the line. That was a meme. That was a joke. Right? I think we're good. Shit. I love that movie. Yeah. No, we're not putting it online. We're putting it on the line. Yeah, totally different thing, right? Come on, man. Like, no, we're just going to take photos and put them on the line. Yeah, no worries. Sorry. My humor is a little bit dry. I love British humor. IT Crowd is probably my favorite show. There's other stuff I also watch British wise. But yeah, British humor is like my lifeblood. So if you don't get the joke I'm making, just watch some British comedy and you'll get it. You'll get it. It's fine. All right, let me get a little bit more music going before we obviously move on. It's like 8 p.m. Like, shit. Yeah, the company I work for is probably expecting me to like do some work tonight. Not gonna happen. We're good. But I could play some games or something. So yeah. Like, I do enough work. We do the thing. What album should we get going? I'm trying to like find where is Synthwave Belongs in a Museum, man. Junior, Junior, Junior. There it is. I did work earlier today. I'm just not doing work later today because the company isn't there anyway. Like, no, I totally did work earlier today. Like, I did work. All right? Shit. Just because I woke up at like 11 a.m., technically 10 a.m., doesn't mean I didn't actually do work today. No, I work an asynchronous work schedule. Work I do during the weekdays, maybe not as much as they want, but I also work on weekends. And Sunday is like a major work day in which I'll work like 12 plus hours, like doing video editing, etc. The job I have right now is video. Nah, man, like, you were thinking about work and you didn't even want to. Yeah, you should bill those hours. Come on, man. You thought about work and you didn't even want to realize it. Come on, man. Bill those hours. You got it. You're fine. Shit. I used to work a job where I drove into the office. If I thought about work while I was driving, damn right I'm billing those hours. Fuck yeah. Clients paying that for that shit for sure, man. Come on. All right, touche there, Josh. All right, I get that one. I've done freelancing in the past. How many Magento sites you got like in production right now? And that's like a slight joke. Yeah, who actually makes a Magento site these days? You're probably just doing Shopify. I get it. It's fine. You're building your own cloud hosting platform. Oh, interesting. For like e-commerce, like, or like, what is the core market? A Magento cloud hosting platform? Duh. Wink. Vercel Heroku Render. Ah, okay. Yeah, before I got my career started as a like front end architecty kind of like job role, like, dude, I built out a bunch of WordPress and Magento sites in a way that they loaded faster than any other like loading of those things. Like, I had Magento sites that would load within 100 milliseconds. Because I understood caching and all that other shit, you know? And you can do it too if you just care about what you do. All right, so keep in mind, WordPress and Magento are modern, but PHP Nuke, okay. Now I realized okay. We have this new thing called the internet. I'm kidding. I'm bullshitting. Sorry, that's a bad joke. Wow, PHP Nuke is like really a blast from the past, though. I am too, Josh Manders. I don't know if you know that. Like, I turn 41 in June. I think you and I and a bunch of other people in chat learned how to program because GeoCities lacked the technology to abstract that from us. And then like MySpace also lacked the technology to abstract that from us. My point being that, like, yeah, we were destined to be web devs because the tech around us couldn't abstract it away from us. Nowadays, kids have the future ahead of them, but actually, like, not much is in that future because it has been abstracted away from them. So yeah, no worries to you, is Jay. Like, yeah, come on. Just because you can grow a better beard than me doesn't mean you're older than me. Come on. I'll eat more dumplings anytime. And that's a reference. Come on. Heyo. Kids nowadays never got scammed on RuneScape, and it shows. Yeah. See, I never played RuneScape, but I did play Ultima Online, which is way older than you sweet summer child. And I'm kidding, by the way. Like, I'm not trying to talk at you. I'm bullshitting. Come on, man. We've hung out. We've partied. We've seen a comedy show together. None of this is actually talking shit. Come on. You know that, right? I'm just having fun. Yeah, just having fun. I mean, no real beef. Are you talking about the dumplings we ate? Because I think you're right. No real beef was in those dumplings. Shit. Fuck. Yeah, sorry. Bad joke. I'm just bullshitting. But yeah, Josh Manders, like, yeah, no, man, like, I don't know, man. I don't think that's that unusual, personally. I spent 10 years out of, like, high school being a snowboard bum. And I ended up getting, like, free gear and, like, all that shit, but I wasn't in tech, like, at all. Like, I think the best people have unconventional origin stories, in my opinion. So, you know, take that for what it is. I think you actually had the best origin story because you didn't get it handed to you. That's actually better. You should appreciate that. You should be soaked on it. Yeah, for sure, right? As a snowboard bum, I spent my entire 20s as a dishwasher, prep cook, banquet like a server. Like I'm trying to think of like the actual titles I had. None of them in the exact order. Basically, like janitor. Day Lodge Monument is the name that they gave me. Right? Day Lodge Monument was the name that they gave me. Like, ugh. Right? I've worked terrain park, rentals, ski check. Banquet bartender, I guess, is like a third. Like, I've worked 10 plus jobs as a snowboard bum. At the end of the day, live your life, do your shit, enjoy it, and then you can fall back into dev anytime. You don't have to do dev immediately. No one should actually think dev is like a job fresh out of college that they have to have. Because, boy, that sucks. That's a bad mentality. Like, nah, man. If you did it, like, cool. More power to you. But, oh my God, just live your life and then recognize that you can do tech anytime you want. If you're thirsty, you're hungry, and you can make that obvious to the person you're like interviewing with, oh my God, like, dude, there are jobs for you. I know the industry sucks right now, but holy shit, the industry sucks for people that think they're just going to get handed a job. If you are thirsty and you're doing shit and you're making stuff every single moment just because, like, no one can stop you, oh my God, there are jobs out there. There are jobs. It's harder now than fucking 8 years ago or whatever, but oh my God, there are jobs. Just don't expect them to be handed to you. Ooh, yeah, G was J. That's a great point. Yeah, for sure, man. I never had to do it, but oh my God, like, how do you handle stress? Well, I used to snowboard in front of, like, 100 plus people at a time, and I've fallen and then gotten right back up again and fucking nailed it. Sometimes embarrassment is fuel to be better. Like, I really think that example could land me a job at this point. I just don't know because I already have experience. So, like, I can't say that it would get you a job because I don't fucking know. For me to get a job is actually way beyond that bullshit. And it gets tougher. As a developer advocate, oh, it gets way easier. So yeah, like, no, I lucked into, like, the easy job simply because I've been a dev. Yeah, as a dev advocate for a company, my experience as a dev is more relevant than a developer advocate that doesn't have that. Sure. Keep in mind that I interviewed for a bunch of, like, senior roles where, man, they were really, like, dicks about it. Ugh. Like, dude, SourceGraph ghosted me after a really good set of interviews. Like, dude, SourceGraph fucking ghosted me after I fucking nailed it in some interviews. And it took me reaching out to them to ask, like, hey, what's up? What's going on? I'm like, dude, I don't know, man. There's, like, a thing where, like, yeah, interviewing is just, like, the worst, man. And, like, you are beholden to these fucking companies. Would I ever work for Sourcegraph ever again? Fuck no. They ghosted me for like weeks when they pride themselves on asynchronous like collaboration and communication. How does that equate to ghosting an applicant for weeks and forcing them to reach out before you decline? Like, dude, there are companies out there that claim to be playing the game right, but they just don't. So don't feel bad when a company that says they value asynchronous whatever bullshit and they ghost you. Like, no, it actually is a really good hint that they fucking suck at the asynchronous thing. Like, just keep that in mind. Like, they're actually really bad at that. And the other part is just marketing. There you go, Josh. Yeah, a week later, you quote, wasn't enthusiastic enough about working there. And they were a time tracking SaaS. Oh my God. Ugh. Dude. Oh my God, Josh. Yeah, you're like speaking the entire fucking truth. Yeah, and Sourcegraph is one of those companies. I would say Sourcegraph seems really cool, but holy shit, man. A company that prides themselves on asynchronous communication, but then ghosts you for weeks, fucking sucks at asynchronous communication. And you should use that to judge them by. You should absolutely use that. Understand that the company might have some marketing thing they do, but yeah, they're not putting their fucking worth where their mouth is. And yeah, Sourcegraph is one of those, in my opinion. Here's the funny fact. Like, I know a bunch of cool people that work there. But yeah, the company does not deserve the benefit of the doubt for the cool people that do work there. Yeah, maybe, Josh. I get it. Yeah, like the CEO was even in like my interview process. I made it to like the chatting with the CEO like portion. And then I had to wait a week and a half before I heard anything. Technically, I had to reach out to them to hear anything. And it was still like a half a week after reaching out to them to hear anything. Like, dude, that is just so bad for a company that prides themselves on asynchronous communication. Half a week, week and a half for async, like, focused company? Nah, that's just bad. That's just really bad. That's fucked. Like, that company doesn't deserve any benefit of the doubt. Working for them would be the exact same. Sorry, yeah. They could reach out. We could find some middle ground, but my experience is my experience. And yeah. I think any reach out they would do is just them like trying to cover some base because they realize they fucked up. Unless they chime in and say like that fucking recruiter was fired because they blew it. I don't know, man. I don't want anyone to lose their job over this shit. Just recognize that, yeah, currently, source graph ain't it. That's all there is to it. All right, we are close enough to finishing up the stream. I know. I've been ranting, I've been chilling, I've been doing basically nothing since the raid because, yeah, you know what? Yeah. This has actually been a stream in which I need to figure out what we need to do. We spent the last stream, like, hammering out API endpoints. Now we have to actually, like, brainstorm and think about what we do rather than, like, how we do it. The how we do it is, like, usually the easiest part. Right now I do need to think about, like, what we do. And I don't like making rash decisions that way. Yeah, a company wouldn't want to be ghosted either. Yeah, for sure, man. Like, dude. I get that. Like, dude, no company wants to be ghosted. No person wants to be ghosted either. It's a two-way street. Like, come on, just be a human being about it. It's just very, like, simple. Like, a company that prides themselves on async communication should be good at asynchronously communicating. Is that a bad assumption on my part? I don't think so. Yeah, exactly. I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, so basically, there's a couple companies on my shit list. And we'll have to chat if we want to, like, actually, like, see eye to eye. I get it. It's fine. Hopefully, I have less whiskey in my system during those chats. Like, come on, man. It's 8:30 p.m. It's okay to have whiskey in my system, right? Shit. I'm only human. Ooh, that was a spicy meatball. All right, so Maisel does seem cool. Yeah, menu-wise, like all that, sure. I do believe we're at a moment where I need to think about what our plan for tomorrow actually is. Because, you know. Well, hold up there, Trevenge. Like, what did I do wrong to justify so many S's? Am I fucking up? So I get it. Trevenge, you've been here long enough. Okay, I was going to say, like, my regulars can call me out for being a dick. Yeah, like, dude, if my mom were to say Christopher Michael Griffin, oh shit, what the fuck did I do? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, I done fucked up. Shit. Did I hit my brother? No, I didn't hit my brother. What did I do today? I don't know, man. But if someone says Christopher Michael Griffin, shit. Shit. Joshua Patrick. Like, yeah, exactly, dude. You know you done goofed. That's just science. Trevenge, please don't abuse the statement. Like, you already abused it, and, like, there was no reason for it. So, like, come on, man. Be better. Right? There's a time and a place for everything. The phrase, Chris, which you just did, I don't think was appropriate. Not a hacker. That's actually, like, that's science. Like, yeah. That's the only reason you're given a middle name, so that your parents can actually shout it out to call you out for some bullshit. You're not given a middle name for the sake of a middle name. No, you're given a middle name for your parents to say the middle name when they know you're fucking up. Christopher Michael Griffin? Oh, fuck, what did I do? Shit, I know I did something wrong. Fuck. I don't even know what I did wrong. I know it's got to be wrong, though, because, shit. I got to go show up to the kitchen. I'll be right back, everyone. BRB, though. I do have to go pee. Give me a second. Yeah, instant chills. All right. I do have to go use the restroom. See you in a sec. Okay. Hold on. For everyone here still in chat, I just had the most remarkable thought. What do we think Theo's middle name is? And also, what do we think the Primogen's middle name is? Right? Purely speculation. Don't ever actually say their real name. Come on. Be a person about it. Right? Theo rated earlier. Is it Theo JavaScript Brown? How dare you? Come on. Right? So I do know Primogen's real name, but we don't want to dox it because he doesn't actually like it to be doxed. So that's fine. The Primogen Python Mr. Sir Theo Ping Thing Brown, right? Theo Ping Thing Brown. Primogen DeepSeek Agen. All right, there you go. All right, touche. I get it. I don't think any of those are accurate yet. The fact that we could actually say it and we might actually summon them? That's just fucking magic. That's just science. I feel like it might be like, Theo type safe Brown. The prime date not now. A Jen. Ooh, this needs a little more water. Ooh, that is stronger than it should have been. Hold on. Hold on, Trevenge, you're actually misunderstanding. He switched away from Arc and he switched to Zen browser. So Zen is Firefox based. And I am massively into the idea of anything Firefox based. Yeah. Is Firefox blowing it by not moving quick enough? Could we just have some other browsers that move quicker and then they submit back to Firefox? Like, that would be way better. Nah, you guys missed it. His entire Twitch stream today was about him switching. Like, come on, guys. I didn't even watch the stream. I don't even watch his videos, and I still knew exactly what he did. Like, come on, dude. Come on, guys. No offense, Theo. I don't watch your stream. I don't watch any stream. I don't watch any YouTube videos. I don't even watch my own. Like, yeah, I'm the worst. I do not watch YouTube videos. If you give me a blog post, I'll scan it. That's it. Like, if you give me a blog post, I'll scan it. Other than that, I don't watch shit. I don't do it. But I still somehow am way more ahead of these other people. Like, come on, guys. Like, yeah, no, Zen browser is what Theo's using. Like, how am I more up to date than people that actually watch content? That's so weird to me. Here's the thing, X Factor. Like, I barely, like, a bunch of stuff I know about before it's even on Hacker News. Like, I don't even know how I figure it out, but holy shit, man. Dude, how am I figuring this shit out before, like, people that actually watch these streams, man? That's so crazy to me. Like, you guys need to figure this shit out. Like, dude, come on, man. It's a skill? It's not a skill I want. I can simply read someone's title and know exactly what they're saying. How do you guys not do that? That's so weird to me. How do you not see, like, a Theo title and know exactly what he's gonna say? Huh. I get it, but are you not, like, are you not seeing that before you catch my stream? How am I before you catch that shit? Like, dude, I'm not the aggregator for that. That's so weird. Like, I don't even watch the streams, and I know this shit before you guys. Like, that's so weird to me. Like, dude, that's so weird. Come on, man. You can just pay a little bit of attention. I get it. So I am the aggregator, and I didn't realize, and I just spilt some fucking whiskey on my pants. I guess I'm the aggregator? Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Only like 40 people. Hear my opinion before it's like published on those other channels. Like, dude, like only like 40 people. We have like 76 here. Yeah. Like 30 of you are just here from a raid. I get it. It's fine. Like, don't feel bad about it. Like, but holy shit, man. I am so surprised that people think I'm predicting what these people actually just say. No, they just say it. You can just watch their stream and they just say it. No, I don't predict anything. I'm sorry. Trevenge, like, there's not a single thing I predicted. Nah. The answer is just simply that people watch my stream that don't want to watch those other streams. And I get it, but I find that a little bit interesting. God damn it. My drink is overfilled and I keep spilling it. So let me just chug a little bit. I do find it weird you don't watch any of that stream. I find that a little bit weird. I'm not saying you should feel bad about that weird, but I'm trying to think of the right way to phrase this. They make content that is absolutely worth consuming. But I understand that there are people that cannot consume that content when it is made live. And there are times where I make content that overlaps with their content, but I don't necessarily like watch their shit. Like, I don't. Dude, I don't watch Prime. I don't watch Theo. And I hope none of them take offense to that. I stream 5 days a week. Like, I don't have time to watch a lot of their shit. My bad. Especially when, like, Theo overlaps with, like, the time frame that I kind of have. I don't get a chance to watch Theo's videos. I just don't. Because I'm going to stream anyway. Like, whatever. But, and again, like, oh my God, like, if you were to take that out of context, shit, I seem like a dick. No, I think I benefit massively from Theo making statements that I can eventually think about, but I only ever see like Theo statements like the day later. And in many cases, they make sense. We might disagree. That shit's fine. Yeah, I don't know. And again, shit. He just rated earlier today. I'm not trying to talk some shit. I do think there's just like a different way in which I approach current events versus like the way Theo approaches current events. Like Theo's entire like shtick is basically current events. Like, dude, and that's important. Like, we need someone to do that shit. Like, keep that in mind. Like, what would we do without Theo doing current events content? Who the fuck would be doing current events content? Nobody. Like, no, Theo's it. He's like the best current events content we can find. When I just simply point out that I don't watch it, other than his titles, and then sometimes using summarized tech to summarize it, I hope he's not upset about that. I really hope he's not upset about that. Like, oh my God. Does making a current events YouTube appeal to me? Fuck no! Dude, Trevenge, recognize. I do my news crawl, like once a day, like at least like 4 or 5 days a week. I record it. I am just so fucking like, ugh, about it that I don't edit that shit. What I end up needing is someone who actually cares about the shit to edit that shit. Because I won't do it. I don't fucking care. I don't give a shit. I'll react to it. I'll read it. I'll do some bullshit. But to edit that shit? Oh, fuck no, dude. Like, I don't fucking care. I got what I needed. I read the news article. I said a thing during the reading of it. To make a video? Nah, I'm sorry. I just don't care. But I need someone who's an editor that actually does care. I don't have that editor, so like, yeah, all that content just goes away. It's fine. I don't give a shit. All that content does it just makes me want to make this content. So yeah, like really, I just need to hire like an editor that cares more about my content than I do, because I don't give a shit about my content. Like content, no. Nah. I should, maybe. I just want to be here. So, yeah, that's tougher. I get it. I understand. Yeah. Totally get it. And, yeah, we haven't done any code. Oh, man. In, like, minutes. Oh, my God. It's like hours at this point. But no, we're hitting a point where we understand that we solved the bug for, like, previous URL. So, yeah, that part is actually done. We do have, like, other bugs to solve. And, yeah, am I chilling on that part? The fact that we solved, like, this entire, like, user management like issue. I haven't committed since 3 years ago. I mean, I get it, username not found, but me 3 years ago. Oh my god, you motherfucker! How dare you? You're totally right. Shit. Well, hold on. Let's. Oh, 5 months ago. All right. Damn, I was gonna say, like, are you trolling? No, you were actually right, like 3 years ago. Fuck. Ah, fuck. Alright, username not found. How dare you? Ah, how dare you? But you're not wrong. Shit. Shit. Right, 3 years ago. All right, username not found. Don't be a dick about it. Come on, man. Be cool. Let's chat with, hold on, what is probably a troll. Could someone help me? I'm developing a multi-platform app and I need to create a RESTful API that is connected to Firebase and that can be used to be both Android and iOS without causing conflicts within the SDK. Does anyone know about it? Oh my god, dude. Have us do your homework without having us do your homework. Man. Dude, I just called my own self out for a thing that you are not even, like, having a conscience to recognize. They're Daram. Bring whiskey and we'll look into that? No. How dare you? Bring on an entire bottle, not just like a drink or a shot. Come on. Don't sell yourself short there, Mahai. That's an entire fucking bourbon bottle worth of, like, doing code bullshit. All right? Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't sell yourself short. You got this, Mahai. Yeah, we can ignore Darum. What a fucking dick. I know. I get it, Mahai. I do have the whiskey in me. Come on. I would say the one thing is, be nice about it. Don't treat the fact that I got whiskey in me as, like, my normal. We can be cool without it, right? Come on, man. So just saying, Mihai, like, we can be cool. I can drink the whiskey. We can hang out. But don't be a dick about it. And I think that is like a fine line. I'm not saying you are a dick about it, but we can be cool. Oh my god, this Darum. What a fucking asshole. Yeah, you just totally copy and pasted something because you didn't type that out by hand. Come on, man. Darum, yeah, sorry, like, this is not a do homework for you kind of stream. I would say, Darum, you can fuck right off, dude. No, thank you. do the work or you fail. And I think you deserve to fail. So, Dharam, yeah, you fail because you suck at a thing that you're asking people to do your homework for. Because this is definitely a homework problem. So, fuck you, dude. Nah, man. Dude, Dharam. Oh my god. Come on, Dharam. Like, dude. Nobody wants to do your homework for you. Fuck off and fail the class as you expect to. Oh, I don't know the answer to it. Dude, fuck off, you fucking asshole. Yeah, I obviously don't know the answer because I don't want to do your homework for you. Fuck you. Oh my god. Cheers. Fuck off, by the way. Dude, you are failing this entire class you have. I relish in the fact that, yeah, no one's going to help you do your homework for you. Fuck you. You fucking asshole. You suck. Yeah, goodbye. Oh, Dharam, you terrible human being. Oh, Dharam. Oh, you're the worst. You know that, right? Yeah, get out of here, Dharam. Ah, you're the worst. You're the fucking worst. Ugh. Ugh. What a shit human being you are, Dharam. Goodbye. Please, give my link to your professor so I can actually, like, show this to your professor and show how shitty you are as a dev. You fucking suck. Like, damn, you're bad. I hope no one ever has to work with you. Fuck you. Oh, you're really bad. Good job for outing yourself as a terrible dev. There we go. Nailed it. Anyway. Sorry, I know. Yeah, my bad. Didn't mean to be harsh for others. Yeah, what up, Mihai? What up, everyone else? Yeah. We definitely need to shout out, like, Dharam asking for their fucking homework and fuck them for that shit. No one wants to work with a person like that, right? So Mihai, like, you just saw my lack of patience. And I'll allow it. Like, no, I get it. Yeah, for sure. Like, yeah, motherfucker, just Google it. Yeah, I will be a little forgiving. As a streamer, I kind of have to be. I get it there, Mihai. But you understand as well, right? At some point, like, no, fuck you. Figure it out. Revenge? No, I get it. It's just simply like, I don't know, man. Was it homework or just someone not wanting to do the work? Tomato, tomato. Tomato, tomato. Like, either it's homework or just someone not wanting to do the work, and yeah, same fucking thing. Like, we don't have to deal with it. So, Mihai, I appreciate that. I will sometimes allow myself to get sidetracked on, like, a thing and blah, blah, blah. And, like, we rant. Like, dude, I rant. Oh, my God, I rant. Like, I rant too much. But, yeah, we call out the people that suck. And that's also just a thing we do. That's just science, you know? Like, it's really hard to, like, put into words, but yeah, they're just people that fucking suck. And to acknowledge them is a problem. I get it, Mihai. Yeah, for sure. You know, like, sometimes people just suck. All we gotta do is, like, aggregate that shit, ignore the shit that sucks, and move on with our day. Tomato, tomato. Potato, potato. Anyway, yeah, we're late enough into stream. Holy shit, it's like 9 p.m. Oh my god, I gotta eat some food. I gotta make some fucking, like, chow mein. Like, that chow mein is thawing. There's at least, like, a portion of that chow mein that has not thawed, but I'm gonna have to cook it anyway. So, yeah, let's go raid some stream. Damn, I really appreciate Theo for raiding my stream after I had the whiskey in me. Theo, come on. You're the man. You know it. Thank you, dude. I appreciate you. Can I just point out real quick? I go to meetups from time to time, like conferences, etc. When Theo's there, I at least know there's someone I can, like, chat and relate to. I believe he has the same mentality, but that's up to him. I went to GitHub Universe. There was an event in which we chatted. I made sure he knew that event happened. He didn't know about it. But yeah, he was there. I went to whatever New York event, what it was, like, oh my god, I'm forgetting the name, like, oh my god, fucking asshole. That's me. I'm the asshole. GitHub Nation, like JS Nation, that was it. Yeah. And React Summit and all that bullshit. Theo was there. We went to the Primogen, like, Family Feud event together. Again, I think me and Theo get along more often than we don't. And I think that is, like, a beautiful thing. Because we definitely disagree on certain things. We can argue about it. We can chat about it. And I think he really does respect people that disagree with him respectfully. If you disagree with Theo, as long as you make it a respectful disagreement, he also really respects that. He deals with enough trolls that disagree with him just for the sake that he is him, and that's a different thing. But if you are respectfully disagreeing in the comments on his fucking YouTube videos, you are actually one of his favorite people. Which I don't do. Like, dude, I don't watch his videos. I don't chat. I don't comment. I'll happily hang out and chat. But if you are respectfully disagreeing, and that is the biggest, like, differentiator, his haters don't respectfully disagree. If you respectfully disagree with Theo, he is more than willing to understand your viewpoint, right? Like, he has a lot of haters, but he also recognizes that he's not always right. So we had a major, like, raid from Theo, and I just want to point out, you can disagree with Theo in a respectful way, and he will respect that. That is super fucking cool. Okay? I just want to say, like, It's really hard to phrase it any other way. That is just super fucking cool. You can disagree with Theo. Just don't be a jerk about it. And he will listen. Like, how many other streams? Like, could you disagree with Fireship? And actually feel heard? No. Fireship will just ignore you. Duh. Because he made a video for the sake of making a video. I just want to make that, like, distinction. You can disagree with Theo in a respectful way, and he will actually listen. I think that is more powerful than a lot of the other content creators out there. You can disagree with me, but I don't even make videos, so who gives a shit, right? Yeah, I think that's important, Mihai. Like, Theo makes a video. It doesn't mean that it's his forever stance on a thing. It means that that's the stance he had at the moment he made the video. And then you can chat with him, and if you make a really good enough point, well, shit, you might even actually inspire him to make a new video. If you are simply respectful and you chat to a person that you want to be able to chat with in the future, I think that's valuable, right? I'm not saying you have to agree with every single thing Theo says. I don't agree with every single thing Theo says, but I respect a good conversation with Theo. That shit matters, man. Like, we can respectfully disagree on all sorts of shit. Just don't be a dick about it. And that is really like the crux of tech conversations in general. I think X language is better. I think Y language is better. Well, yeah, just don't disregard what the other person is saying. But too many people do, because like it's like a zero-sum game. I don't think like Theo actually operates on the zero-sum game. But too many other people arguing points in this technical context actually treat it as a zero-sum game. Like, only one person can win. Bullshit. Bullshit. If you've ever hung out here on this stream long enough, no, nobody wins. I don't even win. I'm the asshole. And I still don't even win every time. Instead, it's about the nuance between all these things. Car fanatics, football fanatics, all that bullshit. Exactly, Mihai. 1000%. Oh my God, how dare you support the Chiefs? I'm a fucking Giants fan or some bullshit. I don't give a fuck what fan you have. Is football better or worse for the competition having? And recognize that I think actually football is worse for the fact that it seems like the referees are catering towards the Chiefs. We don't have to be a Chiefs fan. We can be any other team's fan and recognize that same rhetoric. Would a good Chiefs fan also recognize the same rhetoric? I think they would. But if they're too much of a fan, they wouldn't. And that's a problem. So yeah, like fanboyism, picking the team that will win, like, oh my God, that is the exact like problem with all of tech, all of everything, right? It's not about the winning team. The winning team is actually the wrong mindset. It's about all of us being better together. And yeah, anyway, I think I'm ranting. Who knows? Whatever. We'll go raid someone who's streaming. Competition is great for the consumer unless the thing promotes one fucking team over the other. And I do think there is something about the Chiefs getting every single call they ever wanted. Like, dude. Patrick Mahomes could have been someone people root for, except for the fact that the referees are already rooting for him. Like, he doesn't need anyone to root for him because the refs are already doing so. That's actually the problem. And yeah, Patrick Mahomes is now actually basically the villain. I'm actually rooting for Patrick Mahomes to lose at this point. Because fuck that dude. Like, he has been, like, baiting the refs to, like, rule in his favor every single chance he gets. Like, dude, fuck that asshole. He knows they're rooting for him, and he's fucking exploiting it. It's one thing if he just gets the calls. It's another thing if he's baiting the calls. And a bunch of the shit, he has been baiting those calls. Like, dude, yeah. I am hoping for that dude to lose now. Meanwhile, he could have been, like, the person that people root for. If he just didn't be a dick about it, you know? He's been getting calls his entire career. Like, dude, absolutely X Factor. But more so this year than any other year. He's been getting calls every single year. Like, dude, I would question anyone that doesn't realize that. Like, just look at the clips. And it's actually obvious this year. Like, so fucking obvious. Like, when he was running out of bounds, took a step, and then got hit. Like, dude, motherfucker, you could have just kept running out of bounds and you wouldn't have gotten hit. But you were baiting a fucking call, you fucking asshole. Like, dude, he's just such a dick about it. Like, dude. Yeah, Mahomes doesn't deserve any empathy or sympathy from anybody at this point because he's baiting the refs to give him, like, the right calls. And he knows it. And that's the worst part. If he was oblivious, sure. If he was oblivious, all right, fine, you sweet summer child. Yeah, I get it. But no, he actually knows, and that's why he's done some of the things he's done. Like, dude, what a fucking dick. Sounds like James Harden or LeBron. Yeah, exactly. He's like flopping for the sake of the flop. NFL, NBA, and even like pro soccer. Those motherfuckers flop when they don't need to because they know they'll get the call because they're the fucking superstars. Like, oh my God. None of that shit deserves it, and they should actually be, like, penalized for it. They should be penalized for exploiting the system that they know they're exploiting. But again, right? Taylor Swift is dating a fucking chief. LeBron is LeBron. And soccer is just fucked in general because it's soccer. Like, dude, all of these things encourage people to flop. And there's no fucking punishment for a bad flop. If they got punished for a bad flop, it would fix the entire problem. But no single sport does that shit. And it makes all of them unwatchable. Every single sport is unwatchable because they know that people just want to see, like, the fucking superstars win. No, fuck you. No, have a fair competition, please. Or I'm just going to not watch any of it. NBA, NFL, NHL, even at this point, right? Soccer, whatever their fucking name is. They're all fucking up. Because they think people want to see, like, the superstars win. No, we want to see a fair competition. Figure that shit out already, man. Anyway, who do you go raid? Who's streaming right now? I know, I'm ranting. I'm doing my thing. Who's even streaming right now? We see Acorn. We see Evils Presley. We see Snowcone, Chrono Zero, Nick Wan, Danny Stem, Productive Time, Nutterfy, Year End. We don't see if some other stream is going. Person we definitely banned. Like, dude. God. Butter something or other. I don't even remember their full name because it's not worth remembering. Like, dude, fuck them. So, Snowcone, Acorn. Acorn's doing World of Warcraft. Yeah, I'm not going to raid that. Snowcone? Quick leak coding before bed. All right. Chrono Zero. Definitely not a buyout. All right. We're going to go raid Chrono Zero. Let's go do that. Yeah. Now that sounds good to me. I believe this person has a fucking conscience as well. So yeah, we go raid Chrono Zero. For sure. I clicked the right button. All right, cool. Have a great night. Enjoy my dinner. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some chow mein. It'll be delicious. Like the pork is thawing. There's like a corner of it that hasn't thawed, but you know what? Whatever. We'll cook it. It'll be fine. And yeah, the music stopped ages ago. Yeah, my bad. I've been ranting the entire time. It's like this dude just rants. I don't get it. Now, we do have like a bug we need to solve. We'll do it tomorrow. We got this. Yeah. Thank you again, Theo, for the raid. I think the thing we're building... I would love to get like Theo's proper critique on if we finish it. I think Theo's critique on this thing would be really valuable. I've chatted with him randomly and he didn't get it, but that was me not doing the right like pitch. So that's on me. But anyway, YouTube later, and I'll see all y'all over on some other streams. I'll see the rest of y'all tomorrow. Yeah? No, not butter chicken, just chow mein.